we're not even going to bother.
And Kelly tried.
I got the
And then,
password.
Okay.
I've had it
Kelly
through,
pretty
or
much said-
the code. Took them 3 months to send the code.
A debate.
Is
And
I'd like to call this regular council meeting to order. We acknowledge that the land upon which we are gathered is the traditional territory of the Attawandaron, the Haudenosaunee, and the Anishinaabe people. We are the beneficiaries of ancient agreements such as the Dish with One Spoon between the Anishinaabe and the Haudenosaunee, who agreed to share the abundance of the land through peace, friendship, and mutual respect. The two-row wampum by which the Haudenosaunee welcomed the settlers and agreed to share the land in mutual respect. And the Treaty of Niagara, considered a fundamental document by First Nations in all future relations and treaties with the British. We recognize that we have a responsibility to be stewards of the land in cooperation and collaboration with the Indigenous peoples, not only for one generation, but for all generations to come. We understand that we have an obligation to learn the lessons of our history, educate ourselves about the experiences of the Indigenous people, and seek opportunities to heal the wounds that will result in reconciliation with our Indigenous sisters and brothers. Many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people live and work in Fort Erie. We stand with all Indigenous people, past and present, in promoting the wise stewardship of the lands on which we live. We have the good fortune to live in a land of such abundance, diversity, and beauty. Let us be vigilant in protecting Turtle Island. Mr. Clerk, the roll call.
Oh, did you want the invocation, Your Worship?
Yeah, I guess we should do the invocation first.
We meet to serve our community and endeavor to be worthy custodians of all that has been entrusted to us. Let us be concerned only for what will promote good government. May we bring to our council chambers minds that think and hearts that feel, so that in our deliberations we may display imagination, wisdom, and courage, and the will to do our work for the good of all.
Thank you. Now would you like to do the roll call?
Your Worship, Councillor Lewis is absent. All other members of council are present.
Okay, I've just got an announcement with respect to Down the Rabbit Hole. They attended a junior theater festival in Sacramento, California recently. There was a group of 19 students. This is the largest celebration of musical theater for young people in North America, and there were 21 states from the United States represented, along with Canada, South Korea, and New Zealand, and Down the Rabbit Hole was the only Canadian entry. They want to recognize the sponsors that allowed them to make this tremendous trip, which they could not have done without those sponsors. The students represented not just Down the Rabbit Hole Theatre Company, but Canada, as I said, the only Canadian team at the festival. They received some thrilling awards. Down the Rabbit Hole Theatre Company itself received an Excellence in Dance Award. Paige Fainer received the Outstanding Individual Performance Award, and Gabrielle Cudmore and Illy Thompson received the Performance All-Stars Award and the opportunity to perform on stage with Broadway legend Michael James Scott, who is currently playing the genie in Aladdin on Broadway. Their next major production in Fort Erie is Matilda the Musical JR, and that's June 4th, 5th, 11th, 12th, and 13th at the Crystal Ridge Lions Hall. So congratulations to Down the Rabbit Hole and the recipients of all of those awards. I have no other announcements. We've got a large agenda this evening, and that's going to continue with a closed session to follow declarations of pecuniary interest. Are there any? Councillor Flagg? Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have a conflict with respect to PBBS 06-2026, as I am a previous business partner with the applicant, Steve Bremner, and that also runs into 10.1 as well, the public meeting.
Okay. Are there any other declarations of pecuniary interest? There being none, then the next item on the agenda is closed session. Councillor Dubanow, I understand that you have a resolution in that regard.
I do, Your Worship. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Noyes. That council does now go into closed session at 5:06 p.m. to consider the following items. 7.1, closed meeting minutes of February 9th, 2026. 7.2, Senior Citizens Advisory Committee appointment pursuant to Section 239(2)B of the Municipal Act 2001. Personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees. And 7.3, Regional Governance Reform, Legal Advice, and Human Resources Considerations pursuant to Section 239(2)D of the Municipal Act 2001. 239.2D, labor relations or employee negotiations, and 239.2F, advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose.
Are there any questions or comments? All those in favor? That is unanimous, so we're going to closed session. So we're back in open session. I have to tell you that we had started this meeting at 5 o'clock because we had some closed session matters to deal with, which we've just completed. And so now we're going to be rising and reconvening from closed session, and then we'll proceed with the agenda from there. We're going to be going to item number 8, I guess, with our revised agenda, and that will be just a reference to upcoming public meetings. So, Councillor Lewis, I understand that you have the resolution for us to rise and reconvene from closed session.
Thank you, Your Worship. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Christensen. The council does now rise and reconvene from closed session at 6:04 p.m. with report 7.1. The council approves the closed session minutes of February the 7th, 2026. And 7.2, the council appoints Len Greenaway to the Senior Citizens Advisory Committee for the term ending November the 14th, 2026, or until his successor is appointed. And 7.3, the council authorize staff to proceed as directed in closed session.
Are there any questions or comments? All those in favor? None opposed, that is carried. So there is an upcoming public meeting on March the 9th. That is a zoning bylaw amendment for 825 Garrison Road, and that will be held here at 6 p.m. in the council chambers. There will be an information report available to the public the prior week. That takes us then to the regional council report. Good evening, Councillor Encina.
Good evening, Mayor Redekop, council, staff, Chair Gale, ladies and gentlemen. Only I think it's 3 pages tonight. I will attempt to keep this short because I understand Chair Gale will have a delegation immediately after. At the Public Works Committee, a report was received regarding the distribution of new and broken recycling bins. I have been contacted by many residents regarding the replacement procedures for their broken blue or gray bins. Under the Ontario Blue Box regulation, Circular Materials has hired Miller Waste Systems to collect recyclables in our area. Residents that require new or replacement boxes need to contact Miller now. I have a phone number I will leave with the clerk, or by email at area19@millerwaste.ca to get a new box. Miller has requested that you wait a minimum of 24 hours before you can pick up these boxes. And in the town of Fort Erie, the new or replacement boxes can be picked up at Town Hall. You will no longer get a gray box. They're only going to use blue boxes now. So you will put plastics in one and then cardboard in the other. During the last few cold weather events that we have had, there have been many questions regarding the response from the region for those who are unhoused. A presentation was received at committee advising what goes into the response for the cold weather, and I just want to share with council that there's a 3-tier approach. The first tier is initiated at 0 degrees. Niagara Assertive Street Outreach, NASO, offers winter supplies to unhoused persons. They are also encourage their clients to seek shelter. We currently have a capacity of 300 shelter spaces. Tier 2, when the temperature are at -5 degrees, NASO enhances the outreach, visits the encampments, encouraging those to access shelters while providing safety checks. In the Tier 3, initiated at -10, Homeless Services declares a winter weather advisory, which then overflow shelter spaces open, another 98 spaces at 5 locations. NASO increases hours of service, and the Niagara Transit offers free bus rides to warming centers and shelters. I just want to say that at no time this year during the winter have our shelter spaces been at full capacity. Last meeting, Councillor Noyes inquired about Stephenville Road rehabilitation. Construction is still scheduled to take place in 2027, with the bridge being the first to be worked on. Alternate routes are part of the planning process for this project, and as construction nears, the plans for alternative routes will be released. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Encina. Any members of council have any questions? Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Mayor, through to Councillor Encina. Thank you for that information about Stevensville Road. Now, if the bridge is going to be done in 2027, if it's budgeted, I understand the budget's not in place yet. Approximately how long is it anticipated that replacing that bridge will take?
Through you, Mayor, I can get details that way. I'm not sure if they've actually they've going through the design phase right now. My understanding is that they may even go what they did, like they did at Central Avenue, build a bridge right beside it, move it in, and then which would make a shorter time frame. But I will get the further details if you like.
Okay. Now, my concern is that if it takes another year, let's say, to do the bridge, that Stevensville Road in its current condition is horrible.
Mm-hmm.
And if there's any remedial work that can be done to improve the road, would be greatly appreciated by the residents.
I have brought that through you, Mayor Redekop. I have brought that up with the Director of Transportation, and I will bring it up again.
The other question is, you mentioned about the blue boxes. I didn't see this, so I'm just saying. Okay, so now I'm going to have 2 blue boxes, and I'm supposed to put paper in one and plastics and metal and glass in the other. If I do that, and when they come to pick it up, they're going to put it in 2 different spots, or just going to throw it all in one?
Through you, Mayor, I would hope that they still use the 2 locations on that truck that they use right now.
Can you check? Because I've heard supposedly the opposite. I haven't seen it. I won't go there and watch. But can we make sure that people aren't going through all this trouble of separating them when they're just thrown into the same spot?
Absolutely.
Because then there's no point. I mean, there's a good point to recycle, but there's no point to separate the 2. Thank you.
Through you, Mayor Redekop. I know there are region staff that actually periodically will follow a truck to ensure things are happening the way they're supposed to happen. I will look into that for you.
Thank you. Any other members of council? Then we're going to proceed to presentations and delegations, and I want to alert those who are here for the public meeting with respect to 19 Derby Road that these delegations may take some time, but we'll get through them as quickly as we possibly can. So we're going to start with the Regional Chair, Bob Gale. Good evening. Nope.
Okay, thank you.
Go.
So if you don't mind, I'll have a little speech and then any questions. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Redekop, Fort Erie councillors and staff and citizens. I've been here many times, so most of you know me, and last time I was here I was as the Niagara Parks chairman. On December 18th, the Premier appointed me as the chairman of the Niagara Region. I've traveled around to many councils and businesses and organizations through the last 2 months listening to issues and introducing myself. I know there will be many questions over my letters of last week, and please understand that I knew full well that I'd be coming here tonight and to Niagara and Lake Council tomorrow evening. I didn't want to send those letters after I met you at council. I certainly understand a lot of the reactions, especially from the smaller communities, but this is the start of the conversation of being more efficient by reducing politicians and/or amalgamation. Again, I say this is the start of the conversation. I also want to be clear that this was totally my idea of approaching Minister Flagg on these issues after doing a few weeks of touring around with my staff and seeing different departments and hearing what taxpayers and businesses have had to say to me. I've been on the regional council for 11 years, and I was a businessman for over 40 years. I have had many interactions with municipalities, and many times I pulled the plugs on projects because of inefficiencies. If we concentrate on the overtaxation and the major increases coming to our residents throughout the Niagara region, then we must all agree there must be changes. An almost 25% increase in the last term of regional council on taxes to be combined with your municipal increases of 14.5% taxes is not sustainable. And we have already been advised that the future will be tough increases again. We need a plan, a better plan, some type of plan. We can't just sit on our thumbs and say no to scouring for efficiencies. Before I take questions, I'd like to thank Mayor Redekop for his chairmanship of the Niagara Region budget, which is a tough job. And I especially would like to thank Councillor Tom and Sinna, who helped me with another Pelham councillor, Wayne Olson, on looking at efficiencies at the region, and as a result, we saved approximately $3 million, but it was still too high a budget. To be fair to Tom and the mayor, they did not know anything about these letters that I was sending out, as there was no advantage to go to more consultation like happened in 2019 and other years, and nothing happened. We have 126 politicians for 500,000 people. That is more than MPPs across the whole province. I had to act to bring change, and I'm glad that I had the chance to hear from you today to see how we move forward together. So I'm asking for responses on March 3rd from mayors and really everyone who's a citizen of the Niagara Region with their opinions. But please be...
Okay, so please let the speaker speak, and this isn't a hockey game. This isn't a hockey game. Please be respectful. Please be respectful. You'll have an opportunity, but it's not right now.
So as I said, I'm asking for responses by March 3rd from mayors and everyone who's a citizen of the Niagara Region with their opinions. But please be constructive, as status quo does not work. We have to find efficiencies, and at the same time, we have to make sure that we are preserving the identity of all our unique, wonderful communities. Whether it's St. David's, Merton, Chippewa, Ridgeway, or any other place, we must continue to recognize them. Bottom line is, we cannot sustain the tax increases that we've had and we will have in the future. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Chair Gale. So, as you know, we do provide councillors an opportunity to question the delegates, and I just want to be clear before I start my questioning. Did you say that there is no advantage to more consultation? Was that what you said?
I don't believe I said there is no not more advantage to consultation. We've had enough consultation on it, but there will be more. That's why I've asked the mayors to submit their opinions, and as well as any other citizens that want to send emails to us.
Okay, so I do have a few questions that I'd like to ask.
Sure.
When you were appointed as the regional chair 2 months ago, did the Premier provide you with a mandate letter outlining what his expectations were of you as the regional chair?
Not at all.
So do you have any particular legislative or regulatory authority to embark upon this exercise that you've embarked on now?
Okay, I can read you. As the head of council, the regional chair has a statutory leadership role that includes representing the region and making representations to the province when governance changes may be needed. Nothing in municipal legislation prevents an elected head of council, yourself or myself, or really any councillor, from requesting that the province consider restructuring. The chair holds a regional democratic mandate and can argue they have a duty to raise structural options with the province when current arrangements appear inefficient, confusing for residents, or misaligned with growth and housing goals. Because only the province can restructure municipalities, it is appropriate and arguably expected that regional leaders will bring forward proposals and concerns for provincial review without binding the province's decision. The chair is not claiming the power to change the system, but the responsibility to tell the province that in their informed judgment and based on local input, the current structure no longer serves residents well and should be examined.
So just for clarity, I hear what you're saying. You've sent out the letters on regional letterhead as the regional chair, both to the mayors and to the Minister of Municipal Affairs, and your position is that you have the authority to do that?
Yes, sir.
To use the regional letterhead?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that's without any approval or authorization of this by regional council?
Yes, sir.
And no knowledge, presumably, of the other 18 or 19 members of regional council who aren't mayors?
That's without their, I'm sorry.
They weren't aware that you were sending this letter out?
They were not aware.
Okay.
So if I can continue, municipalities are creatures of the province. They are not constitutional governments. The only two constitutional governments in this country are federal and provincial. This was confirmed in the recent Supreme Court ruling related to Toronto. I absolutely have every single right to do what I am doing, and I look forward to everyone's feedback in the matter.
I don't I don't believe that the fact that the municipalities are creatures of the province provides you with any particular additional authority, but that's an issue that we'll get sorted out in the future.
Okay.
Your letter does speak of the urgent need for municipal governance reform in Niagara. And that letter that was sent to the mayors, I received a copy on February the 19th by email, is dated February the 5th. How urgent can this matter be if it took 2 weeks for you to get this letter out to the mayors?
February 5th was an error. We told the press about that. The 5th was totally an error. I apologize for the error. My staff apologized to me for the error. It wasn't the 5th.
So
I wouldn't have sent that one before the other letter to the councillors.
I'm going to assume that this letter then was at least drafted around February the 5th.
I don't believe so, sir.
Okay, so February 5th just kind of popped out of nowhere.
It could have. I'm not sure where February 5th came from. Maybe they meant to put 15th down, but that was wrong.
Okay.
February 5th was an error.
Now, you've mentioned that that you have had consultations, there's been enough consultations. With respect to this particular initiative, how much consultation have you done to date?
To date,
Whom?
with regards to this, I assessed the taxes that we're paying because no one can afford the 25% taxes at the in the last 4 years at the region. But I also looked back at all the times that all the motions made over the last 27 years, one in Grimsby, one here by you about self-identity with the town of Fort Erie, 2 reports, one in 1999 funded by the taxpayer, one in 2019 funded by the taxpayers. I believe there were 5 episodes that the taxpayers were on the hook for looking at amalgamation, self-identity, whatever it is on it. And I felt that that was enough for the taxpayer to pay for.
All right, so you haven't done any consultation. There's a distinction between consultation and your assessing taxes and previous reviews of governance in Niagara.
There is a difference between my consultation and with regards to any consultation. I have not done consultation. I met with my staff on this and felt it was my time to act on this. After seeing with your budget process how much money we are behind, we have over $2 billion in deferred infrastructure projects. No one can afford that. And if ever we took those monies and put it towards your city, your taxes would go through the roof.
So in your letter, you do make reference to previous consultations with many of you. I presume that means the mayors. So how many of the mayors have you had previous consultations with?
Previous to now, I'll say 5.
Okay, 5 out of 12.
Yes.
And
And I'm waiting for their opinions to come in.
And do you have any data to support your views with respect to what you're proposing in terms of potential changes to governance in Niagara? Do you have any data at all?
Only from talking to citizens and businesses and proposals in the consultations that have happened over the last 27 years.
Okay, you understand what data is?
Oh, facts.
Yeah, okay. So you have nothing currently? You have no data?
Nothing in the last year? No, sir. That's why I'm submitting it to the government for their decisions.
So aside from requesting comments from the 12 mayors of Niagara, what is your plan for broader public consultation with the public, and that is the over 500,000 residents that live in Niagara, in connection with this proposal of yours?
If the government, after the mayors provide their submissions to me, and any residents that do, that goes through to the government, who does public consultations.
So you're not planning on doing any public consultation at the regional level?
Not at the regional level.
And I'm not familiar with provincial consultations on this type of issue in the past. What do you imagine the province might do?
There was not provincial consultation in the past. It was only consultants' reports paid by the region and by the cities, including your motion at this council, as well as Grimsby's and others on it. So as far as the province on this, I believe they would have public consultations on this.
Okay.
But I'm submitting this to the province for them to look at. Again, nobody can put up with all the red tape from businesses, the tax increases and that. It's time to act on this with 25% tax increases.
So I don't want to be disrespectful, but so far the way you're categorizing this this looks like a Bob Gale flyer. You're on this on your own, and you're trying to provide information to the provincial government. But this is your mission.
I would not say it's a Bob Gale flyer, but I would say it's my mission to bring this in line. I've been there for 11 years and seen that we can't afford this. The public cannot afford this. We need a better plan. That's why we've offered to them 1 city, 4 cities, or reduce politicians, items like that. And it will be up to the province to decide on this.
Do you expect that the mayors of Niagara will provide you with their views on governance in Niagara within a 12-day timeline, because that's the time that you've provided to us, without consulting the public?
Yes, I do.
And so when you get the comments from whichever number of mayors might respond to you, what's the plan going forward?
I will submit that to the government. By March 3rd, I asked for the opinions from the mayors. They've all talked about this. It's been on in the media for many years. So they all know about this. It's time to act on it because no one has ever acted. I see you're smiling, but that's the way it is.
With all due respect, let's cut to the chase.
I'm sorry?
With all due respect, let's cut to the chase. You've got 3 mayors that are talking about governance changes, amalgamations. You've got 3 mayors, St. Catharines, Niagara Falls, and Welland. They're the ones that are talking about it the most vocally. They're the ones who keep bringing it up. What are the other 2 mayors that you've had consultations with? Because I know you've had consultations with those 3.
I'm sorry, I'm going to let them submit their items as well as there's a few others. There's about 7 or 8 that are going to submit items in support of this, but I'll leave that to them.
Okay. Do you have any data as to whether there will be any benefits that the taxpayers of Niagara can expect from governance changes? Not your belief, data.
I have no data on it at this time.
And when would you expect to be putting forward that type of data, or do you plan to do that?
I would expect
before you impose, before you ask the government to impose changes on government structures in Niagara?
I'm going to submit all the information from the mayors that has come in to me, and from any citizens that come. I'm going to submit that to the province, and they will study it from there.
Okay, so that would be the data? That you would call that data?
I don't call that data, I call that information coming in from citizens and mayors.
Okay. Do you have any data that supports your deep contemplation that only 1 city or 4 cities models will maximize efficiencies and benefits in Niagara?
I only have the common sense data that taxpayers can't afford 25% increases. We can't survive with $2.7 billion worth of infrastructure deferrals. We can't put up with the red tape on applications from people. I only have all that information that has gone on for years, and we aren't digging ourselves out of this hole.
So why not 5 municipalities, or 6 municipalities, or 7 municipalities? You know that Fort Erie's position is we could be a single-tier standalone municipality. We have the financial resources to do that. So why not 5, or are we one of the 4?
That would be up to the province. I don't suggest that they would go for it, that Fort Erie be their own, or Niagara Lake, or anyone else be their own, but that's up to you to submit if you think that will go.
Well, if we have data that can show that we can be economically efficient and respond to the needs of the residents, and will provide the levels of services that they need, why wouldn't we be allowed to do that?
I think you'd be allowed to do that, but it would be hard pressed for me to believe with 25% taxes from the region, that would be downloaded to you, your share if it happened, and 14.5% taxes that you've had in total for the last 4 years, as well as the deferrals on infrastructure and all the other things you would take on by separating from the region, if that's what you're suggesting, having your own identity. I think that it would be doom in Fort Erie to be able to do that.
You know, I've got a question a little further down my list, but you keep bringing it up. And in your letter to the Minister of Municipal Affairs, you talk about tax increases of roughly 7%, 9.6%, and 6.3% over the past 3 years. You didn't mention anything about the police services budget, because the police services budget, and I know you're aware of this because you were a regional councillor before you became the regional chair, but this year, of the 6.3% regional increase, 4.4% was because of the police services budget. You know that.
I know that fully.
Why would you not mention that to the Minister of Municipal Affairs? So
I don't understand why you would separate anything out. I could separate out wastewater or anything else.
Well-
Certainly it was a heavy cost, but we still have to pay it.
So if there was one municipality in Niagara, what impact does that have on the police services budget?
If there was one region,
If there was one municipality or 4 municipalities, what impact does that have on the police services budget?
it would divide it by 4 or divide it by 1. I don't understand your question.
So if the police need $136 million to run their operation,
Yes.
the way the region currently sits, do you expect that the policing will change if there's only one municipality or 4 municipalities? Do you think that the responsibility that the chief has indicated to us the police services bear to the residents of Niagara, will that change?
I would never suggest splitting up the police, as I wouldn't suggest splitting up wastewater. These are things that might have to be run by a municipal board at the region.
I'm not really suggesting that you would split them up, but what I am suggesting is that the police will continue to require the same amount of money. And so their year-over-year increase in 2026 from last year was 11.1%.
Yes.
Their projected increase for next year is 15.2% year-over-year. Their increase for 2028 is 10.8%. Do you think that a change in governance of municipalities in Niagara will change the trajectory of the police services budget?
I do not.
So why would you not point out to the minister that of these tax increases and the tax increases that residents of Niagara can presume going forward, the bulk of them will be as a result of police services mandated by the province?
Because
Why did you not point that out?
Because that is getting into the weeds too much with this. I'm not going to speculate on what it takes to take police out of it, or wastewater, or senior citizens' homes, breaking it down. I'm sure the government is aware of the cost of policing, and in every city, the cost of policing is high. And I'm not going against the police for that, but it is terribly high for the cost of police. Whether it's warranted, that's up to the chief. But regardless, it's a realistic amount. If I wanted to start separating things out, one of the big things is the $12.7 billion in infrastructure. That has to be paid by somebody.
Well, it's 2.7.
I'm sorry, 2.7, you're right.
Well, it does have to be paid by somebody, and part of the problem, as you're aware, is that in years past, money wasn't set aside by the region to cover their ongoing asset management needs. Now they have to do that. By dividing up the region into one municipality or 4 municipalities or whatever number of municipalities, you're not really avoiding the long-term asset management costs, are you?
No, you're not. It would fall on you people, so don't think that 14.5% over 4 years is all you would have to pay if we're separated, if there was that example. You'd have your share of $2.7 billion on it, as well as any of the other items, water and wastewater plants and things like this. I mean, you know the problem we had with the wastewater plant in Chippewa with that storm 2 years ago. I'm not proud of, after my touring around, of how our wastewater plants and water plants are being run. These things have to change as well. I'm not here to defend the region, believe me.
Your letter to the mayors and to the minister references the lack of coordination on priorities like transit, housing service delivery, and economic development. You also reference to the minister waste and abuse, presumably at the regional level. Do you take issue with the amalgamation of transit services across Niagara and the expansion of hours of service and service routes scheduled for this year by Niagara Transit?
I take issue with a number of items there, but I don't wish to go into it at this.
Did you speak up on any of those items when we were going through the Niagara Transit budget?
About the Niagara Transit, no, it's up to you as members to speak up about it. It's like when the police board comes to us about the police, we just fund it, and we have to turn down the amount of funding or not.
I believe you said December the 18th you were appointed regional chair?
Yes.
Prior to December 18th, you were an elected regional councillor, were you not? Yeah, and the budget process for the region started before December the 18th. So when you were a regional councillor, you didn't say anything about Niagara Transit?
No, I didn't say anything about Niagara Transit. There were an agency coming to us
All right. But you take issue with some aspect of what they're doing now. And your concerns with respect to housing delivery services, is that relative to the homelessness issue, or is it relative to the housing starts in Niagara?
My concerns are the amount of taxes paying over 4 years. Housing, homeless, everything that we do, it could be public health, could be anything. We have to get a plan to bring this back in line. We failed to do that for the last 25 years, or at least the last 11 years that I've been there on council, to bring this in control. Whether the region's the bad guys, whoever the bad guys are, we are not representing the public well on this. And especially with the deferred infrastructure that I've seen after becoming chair, that I'm concerned with the water that the people are drinking. We could have problems like Waterloo and Walkerton and that if we don't watch it on this. We're not funding it enough, and especially with that motion that was made 2 weeks ago at budget of trying to take $6 million out of our reserves. How can we possibly do that when we are so much in debt that we should put in expenses to fix our infrastructure?
You know, Chair, I'm a little shocked that you would suggest that the drinking water in Niagara in some fashion is in jeopardy. Have you expressed that opinion anywhere else in public?
To staff, I have. But in public, no. Why would you say that? It's not in jeopardy. There's nothing wrong with the drinking water right now. But when we have $2.7 billion in infrastructure problems, drinking water must fall in play there. I'm concerned with the future. There's nothing wrong right now. It's being tested all the time.
Where does the money come from in order to address those infrastructure deficiencies?
Taxpayers?
So if you still have to pay for the infrastructure improvements, how do you reduce the taxes?
You don't reduce the taxes. The taxes will go through the roof to pay this $2.7 billion.
So unless we get, I mean, do you have any idea how much in services the region provides to the residents of Niagara for a variety of things, emergency services, policing, community and social services, homelessness, that type of thing. Do you have any idea how much money regional taxpayers are paying in order to reach provincial mandates for those various services?
I'm not aware of that, but I can get that for you if you wish.
Well, I can tell you, it's over $100 million.
Okay.
About 21% of the region's budget. So that means that the taxpayers of Niagara are paying for things that the province has mandated that the province is not sending money to Niagara for.
Okay.
You're aware of that?
I am now. You just told me.
Good. So are you aware that in terms of housing, that the town of Fort Erie has put forward a proposal to the Minister of Municipal Affairs to assist the 9 municipalities in Niagara that don't have housing targets. So the 9 municipalities that aren't St. Catharines, Niagara Falls, and Welland, to assist the government to establish a mechanism to distribute Building Faster Fund money to those 9 municipalities?
No, but why would I be aware of that?
Well, you're the regional chair, and you're interested in...
I'm not on housing board.
I beg your pardon?
I'm not on housing board.
Well, I think housing comes within the regional purview, but that's fine.
All the agencies run under the chair, under the regional municipality of Niagara, but we don't know exactly what the police board does. They come to us for funding. Same as I expect you to watch over transit as you're on that board. And I went down to my first meeting last week.
You did reference housing services as a concern when you sent the letters to the mayors.
I'm mostly concerned with the cost to the taxpayers out this for us to get out of this rut.
Aside from your belief, and you reference this in your letter, that there's waste and abuse at the regional level, what evidence or data do you have that there is waste or abuse in any of the local municipalities, or are you making that assertion?
I've had information from people out there to look into things for them. I won't release that here.
At the local, with respect to local municipalities?
At the local municipality level,
Yeah.
I haven't had any complaints about local municipalities. I'm not the
Okay,
mayor.
so it's mostly the regional level.
That's correct.
Okay. I know that you're familiar with the employment inventory results report of the region's economic development department that was delivered, I think, February the 11th. You were at the meeting.
Yes.
And the report contains the results of a survey of Niagara businesses that asks the question, is there anything Niagara Region can do to support your business? And there was a slide that dealt with that particular issue, and I know you're familiar with that slide because I made comment on it. And that slide indicated that the number one issue that businesses in Niagara who responded, and there were almost 1,900 responses to that question, indicated that they thought that the region could help them with business exposure. That was 17% of the almost 1,900 respondents.
Okay.
12% said taxes and utilities.
Taxes are what, I'm sorry?
Taxes and utilities.
Okay.
And some of those taxes and utilities, of course, would be local area municipalities, some would be region. On governance, 5% said they thought that that was an issue. 5% said parking issues were an issue. So this is the business community. You're aware of this.
I was aware of the report, yes.
Okay. And you know that 3% said development processes, zoning, land use. 3% of the businesses thought that that was a concern.
I was surprised at that, yes.
And 1% said development charges. That,
Yeah.
I'm sure, surprised you as well.
And you must be surprised at that too, with all the complaints and everything in the press about development charges.
Well,
But then again, there's very few businesses, and they're the ones that are complaining about development charges.
are you aware of the fact that Fort Erie has opened just in 2025, 42 new businesses, mostly small businesses, but some large businesses like Siltec? Are you aware of that?
How would I be aware of that? No, I'm not.
Well, for somebody who's got concerns about governance in Niagara, I would have thought you'd want to be aware of perhaps some of the counter-arguments and some of the successes that some of the municipalities are having in Niagara, particularly since you've poo-pooed the notion that we could stand alone. I note that in your email to regional councillors earlier today, you've indicated that in the Committee of the Whole meeting that you've called for this Thursday, there will be no delegations and councillors will be limited to 5 minutes to discuss your governance proposals. Does this process that you've embarked upon constitute what your letter to the mayors refers to as an outcome that is locally informed, that protects taxpayers? Is that how that fits in?
The reason that's 5 minutes, it starts at 4:30. We have a regional council at 6:30. I've already talked it over with the clerk that if it goes over time, we can start the meeting again afterwards or on another day, but we will allow questions. It's a committee, so I have to allow people to come back with further questions at a committee. So I'm not going to limit it that, and I'm going to say it at the start, it's up to council. If they want to limit it to, they want to go with the 10-minute limit, that's fine. We'll be there for a long time, but I think there'll probably be the same questions from a lot of people.
But no delegations from the public?
Not at this one.
Okay, will there be one in the future where there'll be public
We will see what the opinions are coming in.
The opinions from the mayors?
From the mayors coming in, as well as from residents. If they think that there should be delegations, then we will do that.
Okay, so I'm the mayor of Fort Erie. I don't know if I'm going to get something to you in writing by March the 3rd, but I can tell you right now that I believe there should be public consultation when you're proposing to change the governance that affects over 500,000 people.
I'm not doing the change. I am proposing that I send this all through to the government, and they will come back with public consultations. You
when
will
you
have
send-
your chance to talk.
Sorry, when you send your letter to the Minister of Municipal Affairs, please mention that the mayor of Fort Erie believes there should be public consultation on this type of exercise.
Would you please send that to me, please? Because every mayor will probably have their own concerns, and that's what I put down. So send an email to me that I might not have time to get all my points in there, but I'd like to have public consultations.
Have you considered the impact on development applications if municipalities are forced to amalgamate and then coordinate and harmonize official plans and zoning bylaws, both of which are subject to provincially mandated public processes?
Again, I'm not going to speculate on that. The government will have to look into that after I've sent my letters to them. They might say that this can't be done. They might say there's a way to do it. But we can't be negative all the time after 27 years of consulting reports as well as motions made by councillors and with the unsustainable tax that we can't pay for.
I don't wish to be condescending, but I asked you if you'd considered those impacts. I didn't ask you whether that was something that you were going to recommend to the minister. Have you considered that there will be impacts that arise out of forced amalgamations relative to coordinating and harmonizing official plans and zoning bylaws?
I have considered all these items. I've considered who takes over long-term care homes, who takes over the waste plants, who's doing which in snow plowing, things like that.
So were you going to share any of that with the mayors or the public?
Certainly, I would give that to the government to analyze after it goes to them with all these reports.
Wouldn't it be helpful if the public had some idea of what you were basing your deeply held commitment to 1 or 4 cities?
I think the public knows right off the bat that they can't afford what we're doing. And with all the reports we've had, that they need change. Everyone out there is saying there should be change. Whether the change is amalgamation, whether the change is getting rid of politicians, whatever the case may be, the public knows we need change. Because going door to door on, even politically and that, everybody says whether they can't tolerate the region, they can't tolerate the municipalities, they can't stand the tax bill that they're having. And then when you tell them that we're in debt to $2.7 billion to try and fix up our infrastructure, and with businesses, with the red tape they go through, there has to be change in what we do, because there's no light at the end of the tunnel for what we are doing at the regional level or at the municipal level, all combined. There has to be changes.
So I'm assuming that you're talking to the 5% of the 1,900 businesses that say governance is an issue.
If that is the final number, based on responses from people that we've had, they are in favor of. About 90% of the people that have come to us have said that we want a change in governance, or at least change in some way.
So Niagara Economic Development at least produced some data with respect to interests and concerns of businesses in Niagara. So far you've indicated you have no data. You're relying upon essentially what you believe and what you've heard, and we don't know how scientific the sample is that you're hearing from. But let me just talk to you a
I'll
little bit
answer that
about-
question if you want.
Sure.
The data I have is 25% taxes in 4 years, and the other items I've mentioned.
Well, the data you have is just a reference to the fact that if you include the police budget increases, which have been last year more than half of the regional budget, this year 2/3 of the regional budget increase, yeah, that's fair enough. But you've also indicated that you don't expect the police budget will change by governance change of municipalities.
So with your city's taxes, it goes up to 39.5% taxes.
Well, no, it doesn't, because you have to blend those taxes, because about 43 or 4% of the tax bill that goes to a Fort Erie residents comes from the region. But a similar amount comes from the town, and then there's the educational component that you have to factor in. So when all is said and done, the total tax bill in Fort Erie will be around slightly over 4% this year, I think.
I have 3.5% for you this year.
3.5% for Fort Erie. By the time you blend everything in, the region and the education, it's going to be slightly over 4%.
Okay.
So that's data from here. I did want to speak to you, though, about a specific item that you may not be familiar with. Are you aware that the entire firefighting force in Fort Erie is volunteer?
I'm aware of that, yes.
Okay. And if there were amalgamations, forced amalgamations with other municipalities, is it fair to assume that there will be some pressure in Fort Erie for professional firefighters to be working here?
I think it's fair to presume it, but I don't like it. I like your volunteer force. I like the volunteers in Chippewa, places like that. That's what you bring your community together on that. Those are conversations the government has to have. I think you've done well to have a volunteer force in Fort Erie.
We have, and we have 4 stations. We have about 100 volunteers. We do have some professional or paid firefighters. That'd be the chief and the deputy chief, training, et cetera. But we figure that could cost us could cost the residents of Fort Erie as much as $3 million if we end up having to get into professional firefighters here.
And these are the opinions I'd like you to put in when you write your report as a mayor.
Have you considered how long it would take to dismantle existing municipal entities, redistribute infrastructure, deal with employee issues, distribute regional and municipal debt and reserves, and assign responsibility for long-term asset management costs, which won't dissipate because municipalities are amalgamated.
In Toronto, they came up with a plan in 30 days on that. I figure if they can do it in 30 days in Toronto, we can do it in a couple months.
They did that in 30 days, of what year was that?
I don't have the year. When Rob worked, or,
1998.
yeah,
Yeah.
or whoever
How
the
much
mayor
money
was
did-
then.
And how much money have they saved?
I'm sorry?
How much money have they saved?
I don't have the documents on them.
I don't either, and I think 30 days, you may want to review that. Do you have any data or calculations or evidence as to what savings or costs the residents of Niagara can expect as a result of your urgent desire to refashion Niagara?
I don't have that data. I only have what I've given you already.
Which isn't very much.
That's in your opinion, sir.
Mine too.
Well, what have you provided us?
I've given to you that the taxes are too high, that the government should consider this. They will study it and go from there.
Okay, that's not data, and that's not calculations, and it is evidence, it's facts.
Yes.
It's an opinion as to whether it's high, whether it's low, whether it's to be expected or not. Do you plan to assemble a business case for whatever your recommendations to the minister and premier may be? And will you subject that business case to public scrutiny before passing it on to the premier?
No, I will pass this along to the government. They will come up with a business case, and they will bring it to the public.
Maybe. You've indicated before you don't know whether they'll do public consultation or
They
not.
already said they were going to do public consultation, so I would expect them to do that.
Okay. And when would you expect all of these changes to take place?
When, or what was your question? I have no idea with them.
Okay. What is your hope?
I would hope they do it in the next couple of months.
Okay, I don't have any further questions. Thank you very much, Chair Gale, but Councillor Noyes has some questions.
Thank you, Chairman Gale. Thank you for your presentation, I think. You started off your speech today about that this was the start of the conversation.
Yep.
Not too much later, in a response to one of the mayor's questions, you said, we've had enough conversation.
I've had enough conversation with who? I'm waiting for the mayor's.
It was yours. It was your answer. We've had enough conversation.
We've had enough conversation over the last 27 years with the consultation reports and the motions. I'm waiting for statements to come in from the mayors.
Okay, but you said, you started off, this is the start of the conversation.
Yes.
Okay, and then you said, we've had enough conversation. So how did the two match?
No, again, I'll go back to it. There's no more consulting reports needed on this. There's no more motions from councils needed on this. We certainly have the government to take a look at it and go from there, but I need the mayors to get from their councils and their citizens, or the citizens can email me directly, their opinions on the matter.
Okay, in what, 5 days, 6 days? What?
I'm sorry?
Today's the 23rd, and you...
Yeah, I sent it out last week, so it'll be March 3rd, whatever the math
What,
works.
that's 8... Is it like 9 days?
Whatever it is.
Okay,
I've not-
so
yeah.
that's enough time
Yeah.
for everybody to get their thoughts together. And
I would think it should be.
Yeah, okay. Good luck on that one. You talked about, and again, in response to some of the mayor's questions, he asked you about the police force, about how that would work out. And you talked about, you mentioned something about a regional board would have to look at this and take this over or something like that.
Yes,
Okay. Okay.
oh,
Okay, but that's correct, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're going
Yes.
to have the regional board is going to do all these things. In response to the mayor's questions too, he asked about what about the police? What about the senior citizens? What about regional housing? What about public health? And suppose a regional board's going to take all those over at some point.
certain items they would, certain items they wouldn't. That'd be up to the government to say what they can divide amongst the cities, if it goes 4 or 1, if that's the route they choose to do.
Okay, and throughout your dialogue here today, you said, again, in response to a lot of the mayor's question, which causes me some concern, because if I was coming forward with the drastic change that you're recommending, my answers wouldn't be a lot of I don't knows, a lot of I'm not aware of it, I'm a lot of why should I know, I can go on. I'm not going to speculate. Those are your responses to some of the specific questions that the mayor had.
Mm-hmm.
Do you feel that you are prepared to answer these questions?
Not prepared for his Fort Erie issues on how many businesses they started and things like this. I wouldn't know that.
But what about of the questions about the police force, the senior citizens, the regional housing, and public health? You didn't know any of that either.
I'm sorry, give me the exact question that was asked that I said I don't know.
About what's going to happen to the police, what's going to happen to the senior citizens, what's going to happen to regional housing.
I said the police would stay the same as one force for the Niagara region.
But what if there's no Niagara Region?
For the whole region of Niagara, for the whole area.
So you're proposing to do away with the Niagara Region, what was one of the possibilities, break it up into 3 or 4 cities, but yet we're still going to keep the regional boards to do all these other things.
There would be probably a regional utility board that takes care of that if it goes into, say, 4-city option. If it goes to one region, then you've just got the regional police responding or reporting to the one region.
Okay, again, it doesn't sound like it's been really kind of worn down. Have you done any research or any homework on this?
I've looked up all the motions over the last 27 years and all the consultants' reports.
Have you had a chance to look at any of the research that was done when amalgamation was suggested in the past? Let's just not say Niagara, let's say other areas like Peel and other places was started. And there was some research done, and they created data about, if we do A, B, and C, what it would cost. And I would think in the majority of the cases, the price, the cost to provide the same level of service, not anything more, not anything less, was actually greater than what was currently a burden by the taxpayers. Now, there's research things out there. The Fraser Institute is one of them. And they have basically said they've looked at this, they've looked at the book, and they're totally anonymous. I guess not anonymous, but they're not biased in one way or the other. And they have said that forced amalgamation is going to cost the taxpayers more money, not less money, but it doesn't seem you've looked into that.
I did look into all those reports. I saw that many times they've said that amalgamation has cost the taxpayers more, but we're also looking at efficiencies here. I understand in the first 2 years of an amalgamation, you have severance costs and things like this. But right now you have 13 municipalities. You can't tell me that staffing and buildings and that, bringing it down after a couple of years, there wouldn't be savings. It's hard to believe that there wouldn't be, unless if it's done the right way.
Well, again, you haven't done the homework. You don't know. You haven't, you're...
What homework am I looking for here?
Efficiencies. Are we going to have, instead of 100 people doing A, B, and C, we're going to be able to do it with 60?
I haven't get into the minutia of doing this, no.
Well, that's the homework.
I would expect the government to do this. This is why I'm submitting the reports to the government to look at that.
But what are you submitting to the government, other than the 25% is too much over 4 years, and the 14% at Fort Erie is too much over 4 years? What are you telling, are you telling the government, okay, rather than doing 25% over 4 years and 14% for the town of Fort Erie over 4 years, you're going to guarantee it's going to be, what, 20% and 8%?
I would never guarantee anything on that.
Okay,
but
so
it should be more efficient than what it is, because we are too spread out with councils and municipalities.
You've been on regional council for, I'm going to say
11
years. How much efficiencies have you introduced?
Myself?
Yeah.
I've probably done about 10 different efficiencies, from insurance to budget conversations and that. I can't identify them all now, but I've certainly done enough efficiencies in the Niagara region of looking at things.
But you haven't done the efficiencies in regards to this huge undertaking that you're thinking about?
I haven't done any efficiencies on this, no.
And in your letter, in your correspondence with the provincial government, you're going to let them know that you have done no study, you have no proof that any of this is going to be a cost savings. So you're going to tell me yes or no, you're going to include that information in whatever you send the Ontario government, that you have not proven, you do not have the data to support this.
I will not put that in there. I will submit them all the information I have, and they will decide if it's beneficial to go to a 4-city or 1-city model or reduce politicians.
Okay, so you, again, it comes down to data and doing homework, which I would have thought you would have looked into a little bit more. I guess, and I love, if anybody knows me, they know I love analogies.
Analogies, okay?
In 2019, the clerk, this was when they said, no, we're not going to do the amalgamation, we're not going to force it, and he basically said...
In what city was that?
Niagara.
Oh, Niagara, okay.
Okay. And they tried it, this will be my fourth time looking at amalgamation. I've been here for a while.
Okay.
Every time it comes to, you get everybody upset, you get everybody up in arms, you spend a lot of money, a lot of municipalities spend a lot of money on consulting this and getting information here and collecting the data, and then it comes down to, it's going to cost more, not less, more. And they've done their homework. The people who were pro-region or pro-this or pro-that, they couldn't prove that it would save any. In actual fact, their numbers proved the opposite. So I'm going to use my analogy about about a pie. People know I like analogies about pie. I do. The price of apples in the last, I would say, 3 years have increased substantially. You used to be able to get an apple for about 78 cents a pound. Maybe not Granny Smith, but most apples that you could use in pies. It's now, if you're lucky, you're going to find it for $2.50 a pound. If I make an apple pie, it takes me 6 to 8 apples.
Should I be writing this down, or is it?
I think you can probably do this math in your head. I'm not going to go on with the recipe, but anyway. The cost is now doubled due to the increase in price of the apples. Not because I'm doing anything wrong, but if I want an apple pie, and I still need 6 to 8 apples, instead of paying $1 a pound, I'm going to be paying $2.50. No fault of my own. If I want an apple pie, I'm going to have to pay the thing. And where I'm going is that a lot of this 25% increase and this 14% increase had nothing to do with anything we are in control of. Prices increased substantially over, and you know this, for anything to do with infrastructure and even the employees' cost and the cost of living and all that. All these prices have increased that the region doesn't really have control. We can't control the price of steel. We can't control the price of asphalt. We can't control the price of all these things. So it's like the apple pie. You're blaming the region, you're blaming the council for an increase in price when we couldn't control a lot of the prices. We always are looking for efficiencies, constantly looking for efficiencies. But if I want to make that apple pie, I'm still going to have to pay the current price. That's all I'll say.
Is there a question there?
Do you like apple pie?
Really, no, I like cherry pie, but we're good. Thanks.
Councillor Dubanow.
Thank you very much, Your Worship, and through you to Chair Gale, thank you very much for coming this evening. I know you're no stranger to being in the hot seat, but I want to thank you for coming tonight anyway.
Thank you.
It's thankless job sitting in these seats, but I digress. Through you, Your Worship, just have a couple questions. Just been listening very carefully to your answers and your comments. I did make note that you said no more consultant reports, and I agree with you there. You also said that you had read every report.
No, I hadn't read the one ceiling and fin that came in 2019. I don't think anybody's read that one.
And that was my next question about the 2019 report paid for by taxpayers. So you agree that that has not been released to the
I
public?
have not seen it, no.
And so you haven't seen it, and it hasn't been released to the public?
I guess it has not been. I searched for it, I couldn't find it.
Yeah, it hasn't been released to the
Okay.
public. So, so that is one report that we haven't seen. Following up on that, Your Worship, you had mentioned a $2.7 billion, I'm going to call it an infrastructure gap and deferral of infrastructure. That's regional infrastructure, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Does the Niagara Region have an asset management plan?
Yes, they do.
And so your asset management plan is $2.7 billion in the hole?
Yes, it is.
Are you familiar with Fort Erie's asset management plan?
No, I am not.
Are you aware that we are one of the best funded mature municipalities in the entire province of Ontario for an asset management plan?
I would think that you're right up there because I looked at your tax levels and they're pretty reasonable compared to a lot of other communities. So I would think that your asset management is probably the same, but I'm not going to dispute you on that.
And I appreciate that. I'm going to go off my questions here. So then, if you know that, why the heck would you say Fort Erie can't stand on its own?
Fort Erie can't stand on its own, I said?
You said that.
I said, I don't think it's a wise choice for Fort Erie to stand on their own because you'd have part of the 12, I'm sorry?
You said,
That's not what you said.
Okay, I'm sorry.
You can correct yourself if you wish.
I'll correct myself and say, I don't think that Fort Erie should try and stand on their own because you got a share of 12.7 billion in infrastructure and other items that would be downloaded to you on that.
and just on
And
that,
I don't think the
I'm
government will
glad-
allow you to, but okay.
I'm glad you raised that point. So you agree there's only one taxpayer?
That's correct.
So regardless of whether they're taxpayers in the town of Fort Erie in a two-tier government with a $2.7 billion infrastructure gap at the regional level and a much smaller and better managed gap at the local level, you agree that regardless of what happens, that $2.7 billion still needs to be funded.
That's correct.
So then why would you think, knowing there is only one taxpayer, that it would not benefit Fort Erie residents who are already, for their municipal infrastructure, very well funded? Why would it not benefit Fort Erie residents to only take on the portion of regional infrastructure and not everyone else's asset management plans that are not as well funded as ours?
I think with all the costs that you would be taking on, your share of police, your share of everything, not just the 2.7 billion infrastructure, it wouldn't be wise for them to have this as just a standalone municipality down here. But that's my opinion. It would be up to the government.
But again, you said there's just one taxpayer.
I agree.
So again, the share of the taxes, where are they coming from?
The share of the taxes.
You just said that there'd be funding, regional police, public health, social services.
You have to pay your share of that, yes.
We already do. Are you saying we don't?
No, I'm not saying you don't, but I mean, if it broke up, then you'd be still covered by the regional police and you'd pay your share of the regional police.
But we would pay for the policing that we need.
Yes, that's correct.
And that was going to be my next question. Do you know what we currently pay to the regional police relative to the service we receive?
No, I don't. I'm not on the police board to figure out what you pay.
Okay, I'm going to move on to my next questions, but perhaps that's a answer you should have when you go around proposing that municipalities should be abolished, but I digress. A moment ago, you mentioned one city, four cities, or reduce politicians. Is it your contention that there are options other than amalgamation?
I would think there is. I'm going to submit everything to the government and they will decide from there.
So then my question is this. Understanding that there is probably a lot of alignment with local councillors who love their communities, have worked very, very hard to financially steward their communities through incredibly difficult financial times to ensure that taxes remain low and our infrastructure remains well funded. Do you think maybe I'm going a little philosophical here, but do you think maybe instead of ticking off, and I toned my language down there, local councillors who may be aligned on the need to improve efficiencies and services, particularly at the regional level, do you think maybe you put the cart before the horse, pissing us all off, rather than being able to work with you to find that solution?
I don't think so. I think it's up to the government to act on this because it's been too many years that people have sat on their thumbs on this.
And that's truly unfortunate.
Just watch your language too.
I know. And I appreciate that, Your Worship. Trust me, I'm holding my language back. Chair Gale, and again, I appreciate you coming here because this is a hot seat, and I understand that this is, you're doing what you have to do and we're doing what we have to do. You familiar with the regional municipality appeal?
Yes, I am.
Are you aware that the provincial government tried to abolish the regional municipality appeal?
I understand that went astray, for lack of better words.
What is your belief that that would not similarly go astray in Niagara, considering our demographics and our makeup of infrastructure and population centers?
I would hope that the government's learned from that lesson, and that's what I've been warned about, that this has to be a better system, better plan than what happened in Peel.
So we don't have a solution for Peel. Still, Peel is outstanding. Mississauga still feels that they're taken advantage of by the region, with 2 member municipalities who feel Mississauga takes advantage to them. The province has not sorted that situation out yet, has not come up with a solution, and yet we're proposing solutions for Niagara while that's still outstanding?
I'm not going to speculate on what happened at Peel. I understand it went astray, I'll use that word, but it wasn't efficient, and we have to be better than what happened at Peel.
So, and again, I'm going to touch on this again, Your Worship. Your letter contained quite a bit of information about regional tax increases. You admit that there is a $2.7 billion infrastructure gap at the region due to a lack of funding, which, as this councillor here, who originally came into this 8 years ago being a believer in regional government, and now 8 years later has seen the error of his ways 8 years ago, it is your belief that a regional government or a smaller number of local governments functioning in a quasi-regional situation would not go astray the way Peel Region did, with one single population center and much greater alignment of services?
I do not.
Okay. That's all I have, Your Worship.
Thank you very much. Councillor Lewis?
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Mr. Gale, for the presentation tonight. A couple of questions, and I'm scrambling to cross off ones that have been asked by other councillors because some of them are a bit of overlap. I'm going to start with why did you only consider 2 weeks of consultation with the municipalities, and why do you feel that that's adequate?
I feel that that's enough time to give it to the government to work on it for a couple months or however long they take to do it.
And thank you for that answer. And further to that question, what is it you asked us?
Asked you?
Correct.
I asked for the mayors to send in their opinions on a plan of 2 cities or 4 cities or reducing politicians. That's bringing it down to a short answer, but yes.
And I appreciate that, and I just want to stop at the word you used, which was plan. Where is the plan? You said you asked us to look at a plan that
Yes.
included one municipality.
The plan will go up to the province.
No, but you just said you've asked us to look at a plan. Where is the plan?
Look at an idea then. The wrong word is plan. Okay.
So I'll give you that one. Further to that, you have asked us, and correct me if I'm wrong, to make a choice within 2 weeks of whether we prefer 1 or 4. No details, no supporting data, no inclination that there is any public consultation other than you're blessing us with your presence this evening. But I'm going to use the analogy of one that was made with a colleague of mine when speaking with this. You've come to us, and this is very layman's terms, but I think we almost need to break it down to that level because I'm almost embarrassed tonight to be asking these questions, to be completely honest. You've asked us whether we like chocolate, but you haven't said what is it. So I like chocolate. I might like it in a cake or a pie, to Councillor Noyes' analogy, but I might not want it in an omelet. So can you appreciate how difficult it is for us to answer a question posed under the guise of a plan that doesn't exist, nor have any data that backs it up? Can you appreciate how municipalities would be struggling with that? And what is your offer to fix that?
Okay, without mentioning the chocolate item and that, I have an idea that is supported by staff as well as the amount of money that we're paying in taxes and the debt that we have, that we should approach the government and ask for a solution to it. The proposals that were put were 2 cities, or I'm sorry, 1 city or 4 cities, or look at politicians.
Okay, and thank you. And if I can ask another question, why did you stop there?
Stop there.
Well,
How much further you want me to go?
Well, surely in your pontificating of the future of Niagara, why did you stop at 1 municipality or 4? Is the only thing you're looking at amalgamation, or have you considered any other option to reduce cost savings and help, as Councillor Dubanow says, the single one taxpayer?
I have considered nothing else. I would have expected over the last 27 years that somebody would have come through with more savings if they had it. If they've been holding on to it, that's wrong.
And if I can continue, are you aware of any reports that show amalgamation has ever decreased costs?
I'm not aware of any.
But yet you feel that amalgamation 1 or 4, with no details, is something that we should be considering, even though there's no data that supports there's ever been cost savings? And I ask this because at one point in 2003, I remember a reporter that said, you know, you're the first person to ever be elected to the municipality that is only old enough to know regional government. I don't remember anything other than regional government living in Fort Erie. But you're coming to us asking a question with very little details or very little substance to be able to answer the question. And I'm asking this because you're a business person. If someone came to you and said, Mr. Gale, I'd like you to invest in my gas station, but I don't have any data. I don't know how many people are coming through. I'm not going to show you how much money you're going to make, and I'm not going to tell you what you're going to pay in taxes. But are you in? And you want 1 gas station or 2 gas stations? And I need to know immediately. What would you do?
I don't think the answer is immediately. I think a couple of weeks is enough time for the mayor to get opinions from his councillors. And I'm not asking for a decision based on nothing. That will go to the government and let them decide.
So another thing, and thank you. And the other thing I want to ask here is you keep saying the government, and you keep saying the government will do this, and we will do this, and then we will send it to the government. I'm going to assume that if you're suggesting the government is going to be doing work, that you've had conversations with the provincial government about your plan?
Since I sent those letters out, yes.
But it's not a direction from the province for you to do this.
No, that's not.
And it has nothing to do with your appointment recently to the region?
Not at all.
As chair? And the other question I wanted to ask was, you mentioned the police services and whether it be 1, 4, 12, or whatever number is part of this ultimate plan. You keep referencing Niagara Regional Police as being the police force locally. It could also be the OPP, correct?
It could be.
But you don't know what that would cost. Why is the region not considered whether we should go OPP over Niagara Region?
We have had conversations about that. As a matter of fact, your regional councillor brought up conversations about that.
And that's actually why I asked it, because it's not in your letter. The mayor's mentioned that you've made no reference to the regional component of the police services budget that impacts the region. Why was that left out?
Why was it left out about the OPP?
About the regional costs for policing in Niagara.
You mean the percentages?
No, I'm
on the
talking
budget?
about the overall cost. You're looking for efficiencies.
Yes.
You have not at all referenced the large drain on taxpayers due to the much-needed police budget. But why have you not looked for efficiencies?
Because that
how
has to
police
be paid
services is being offered.
That has to be paid regardless
I agree.
of it. So there's no efficiencies that can be found in the police.
How do you know that?
Because I've already asked. I had meetings with the chief on it. We got an extra $850,000 off their budget.
So why is it you've asked certain questions related to policing, but been vague in questions related to housing, other aspects that have been asked tonight where you say you don't know?
I was asked to do that at the budget, especially with the police coming in. The budgets for the housing and other items were already settled by that time.
And just moving on from that one, what alternative models were considered? And I'll use the example, strengthening regional collaboration without forced amalgamation.
There were no other alternative models.
So you haven't looked at anything else?
I have not looked at anything else.
So you've developed a plan based on,
Well, like you're saying, I should say the word idea, but based on reports that we've had in the past of, it was 1 city, 4 cities, or 3 cities I heard out there once, and I've heard from other mayors that it should be 1 city or 4 cities.
You also heard from one that said it should be at least 5.
You, I guess, yeah.
in terms of amalgamation, whether it's 1 municipality or 4 municipalities, what safeguards will be in place to protect local identity, heritage, community priorities once amalgamation occurs?
The same things that happened when you amalgamated Ridgeway and other places, Stevensville, into the town of Fort Erie.
And we all know how that ended.
I'm sorry?
We know how that ended.
Well, I didn't know it ended not well, but I know at the time there's pushback from everybody. St. David's, Virgil, Stanford, and Niagara Falls when I was young. They all had pushback, but they moved on and they still had identity.
In terms of projected costs for transitioning to a single-tier government or 1 or 4, have you run any numbers?
No.
So you don't know if there's any efficiencies with 1 or 4?
In relation to one or the other?
Or 12 municipalities in a region of Niagara?
I would just think common sense says it should be more efficient having 4 or 1 as compared to 12 with the cost of building, staffing, etc.
The other question I have is how will community feedback, including the municipality as well as residents, shape final recommendations for you to the province of Ontario without any consultations?
They would have consultations when they open up public consultation after they decide on what they're doing or look at what they're doing, not decide, look at what they're doing.
But this, you've already said, is your plan.
Is my plan?
Correct.
My plan, idea, is to submit this to the government and then they would make decisions based on their public consultations.
But with no public consultations.
I said their public consultations. Myself, the only public consultations we will be doing is input from the mayors.
So you have a pretty interesting situation where you come in with a plan with no details, you pass it off to the province, and you just walk away from it? How does this work?
I'm sure I would be consulted on it, as would be the mayors and anyone else they choose.
What level or timeline of consultation would you expect as a regional chair if asked by the province for feedback on a plan?
What type of level of...
What timeline for consultation would you expect the province to give you as regional chair if looking to amalgamate or make governance changes within the region?
I can't speculate on that. It's up to them.
But you would say 2 weeks would be acceptable?
2 weeks from the mayors to submit it to me, yes.
I'm asking you what you would find acceptable as regional chair when the province makes a decision on the future of Niagara. How much time would you find to be adequate?
I have not considered that.
That's a shame. Thank you.
Councillor Christensen.
Thank you for coming, Chair Gale. Don't you have any concern that by essentially taking on the sole responsibility of reducing all of the reports that you've read over the last 27 years and taking upon yourself to draw a conclusion and then to write letters to another level of government, that you're in fact avoiding the democratic process that resulted in your appointment in the first place?
I don't think that that's the case, because I think that we've had 27 years of people bantering about this, and it's time for the government to make a decision on this, and that's what I'm doing.
With respect, you consistently refer to 27 years, and I'd just like to get a sense of your awareness of the broader context. Other councillors have asked the same. Are you aware that many of the challenges that a regional government is facing in dealing with affordable housing, in dealing with adequacy of social services, particularly with income maintenance, in dealing with infrastructure services, are the result of changes brought about by a previous provincial government in the 90s, where in fact they downloaded and restructured many of the responsibilities of municipalities with very limited and commensurate transfers of funding responsibility?
I've heard that comment.
You've heard it, and
I've heard the comment about governments downloading for many years, but I know the one you're talking about, yes.
And does this not affect the perhaps your obvious intent to advocate on behalf of the taxpayers to improve the financial situation?
Right now, knowing that there is 25% taxes from the region over 4 years, compounded with whatever rate that the mayor says from the city, so that brings it up more, as well as the deficits in infrastructure, as well as the red tape for governments, that's what I'm acting on. I'm acting on today. I'm not acting on what's happened for the last 25 years or 50 years, whenever the region started. Things have to change for the people to survive with this case, because people aren't getting increases like that to pay 25% tax bills or more, as I've explained.
I guess I have to say I sort of have a concern because you're not looking at the root causes. You're looking at the result of changes in provincial policy that have resulted in the situation we have today, provincial and federal, I might say. So I have concern with that. You've mentioned a couple of times, and I really want some clarity on this. At one point you said, they've already said they would do public consultations, and then you said that's the plan. Now, you clarified to Councillor Lewis that it was your idea, not a plan. But in both situations, you were referencing a they.
What? I'm sorry?
You referenced a they. They've already said they would do public consultations. So are you referring to the provincial government?
Yes, I am.
You sent the letter on the 19th of February to the minister. You've acted very quickly.
Yes, I
to
have.
get a response.
Yes, I got a response right away.
Yeah, I leave that to the conclusion of the public as to which came first, the letter or the plan.
Well, I'll disagree with you, and it did not.
Disagree with me all you want.
Okay.
The other thing is you mention a lot of the fact that you don't need to do much more other than talking to the mayors and to us. You don't need to do a lot more public consultation because you've read all the consultants' reports. Are you equating consultants' reports with public consultation?
No.
No? Okay. Have you ever engaged in amalgamations and mergers of organizations, whether nonprofit or for-profit?
No, I have not.
Are you aware of the delicacy of the process
Oh, I would
that's
imagine.
required?
I think that's a common sense answer. Yes, I would be.
Okay. I guess the other issue I would raise is that, are you aware that in virtually every, this is coming to Fort Erie, and I'm speaking now on behalf of my town. Are you aware that in every regionalization of every type of organization or service that has involved a Fort Erie organization, that Fort Erie has ended up subsidizing the process and losing by the process? The most recent that I would reference is the transit system, which we were promised, quite frankly, the moon. I understand there are some changes coming, but they will be over time and in the immediate term and in the past, in the initial couple of years. Fort Erie riders, Fort Erie disability riders, users of the system, lost significantly. So I would say that Fort Erie has demonstrated, are you aware that Fort Erie has demonstrated that it can run in the black in a number of areas, both as nonprofits, for example, the Fort Erie, our Douglas Memorial Hospital, which is no longer a commissioned hospital, when there was a regional process, the YMCA, when it was
The hospital was NHS, not region, if that's what you mean.
No, I am saying a regional process. I am distinguishing very clearly. However, I am saying that our experience as a town, are you aware, our experience as a municipality is that we run efficiently and in the black, and we lose both money and services in any amalgamation.
I can talk. I'm not aware of what you're saying on every item. You said on every item. Certainly that should be brought to the forefront on it. If you're losing on every item from the region, you should certainly have a concern. That's where your passion for your community comes into play on it. And I also understand the concerns with transit, especially places like Waynfleet and other places that pay into transit. I understand your concerns on that.
Okay, thank you.
Anything further? Councillor McDermott, did you have your hand up?
Yeah,
I'm not asking you to put your hand up, I'm just asking if you had your hand up.
No, I did. I won't be long. Most of it's already been said, just trying to wrap my head around a few things. Chair Gale, my problem lies with, you're going to collect a lot of stuff because you haven't got the data now, and you're going to send that to who?
The Ministry of Housing.
The Ministry of
Housing and
Housing.
Infrastructure.
So they're going to take all your notes, condense it into one big happy package to make us go through this amalgamation.
Is that a question to me?
Yeah.
I'm going to submit to the Minister of Housing and Infrastructure, yes.
So, and then what
Excuse me, can we just get some clarification? There's a Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, there's a Minister of Infrastructure. Are you sending it to both?
Minister of Flagg, I'm going to be sending it to.
Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, so you're not sending this up there to him without him already knowing today
I got
what you're
him,
going to be sending him?
I'm sorry, I didn't
Is he
understand.
going to be expecting this big package that he has to decipher with regards to amalgamation in Niagara?
I expect he's going to be expecting a big package from me, yes.
I guess my question is, if this is your idea, number one, you should be whizzing this by your council first. Unless you have like the ultimate, superpower that other mayors have, where you can just go ahead and do this sort of stuff.
I do not have that.
Okay. So what I'm trying to say is, we're going to send up a whole pile of stuff with really no plan set up. So it kind of looks to me like this is more of a, I think we're not getting the whole story here. I think probably these people know exactly what you're doing, that they've been given a heads up to this. Because I know if this was my first couple of weeks on the job, I don't think I'd take that risk without having some consultation with the municipalities before you did it. So what conversations have you had with the province, the premier, or you, or maybe mayors? Have you had little meetings about this? Because I'm really concerned that everybody else knows about this stuff except for our taxpayers and everybody else that's going to go through this. And I don't think that's fair. So I'd like to know what conversations you actually had with the province or anybody else. Because it's the first time getting to hear it tonight. So that's my question. Who else is involved here?
I didn't want to interrupt you. I have had no conversations with the Premier whatsoever on this. I have conversations with staff at the Ministry of Housing, the Minister's Flagg's office. And they know that those letters came to them, and the mayors got their letter right after that.
Well, I think the wrong people are being taken to task here. I mean, you've been a regional councillor during the very budgets that led to these 7%, 9%.
So this is for questions, Councillor
6.3. It's coming.
Yeah, okay. You're Frank
I didn't interrupt anybody else.
Frank Mahovlich winding up.
So what I'm trying to figure out is, why are you now blaming the governance structure for fiscal issues you helped create, even though you didn't vote for them? And how can we trust your judgment on reforms when you've been part of the problem?
So you're blaming me me personally for the increases of 25% over the last 4 years?
No, I didn't say that. If you listen correctly,
I'm sorry.
what I said to you is, you've been there during those three sets of increases.
Certainly.
You didn't support them, voting for them.
I know I didn't.
Okay, but you didn't really state your outrage. I'll tell you something. If I had an issue with the police budget, wouldn't you, if you had an option to go into a tribunal to take a chance there rather than pay out taxpayers' money, don't you think you would do that?
Well, the option of the tribunal would cost us $200,000 or $300,000. The only community that won in the history of the province of Ontario was in St. Thomas when they lost their Ford plant, and that would be just a loss to the taxpayers. The chief just has to prove adequate and effective policing. Things have changed. So there's no reason for me to take the taxpayers $200,000 or $300,000 on some of this. Not my choice, but I think the council understands that.
Fair enough, but you know what, it shouldn't even be an option then.
I'm sorry?
I say, it shouldn't even be an option then. If you know the tribunals like that, somebody's got to get up and have some guts every so often and say, you know what, 10%'s too damn much. Take it back and bring it back what we're asking for, because they never do. In the entire time that I've been alive following politics, and it's been some time, it's never done. Never. So,
Is that a question to me, sir?
that was just,
He was going to ask a question.
that was just answering what you had just told me.
Okay, I won't comment then.
Anything further, Councillor McDermott?
God knows you don't want to hear no more, do you?
I don't, but I'm trying to be polite. Did you have any further questions?
No, I'm done.
Okay. Anyone else? I'll go to Councillor Noyes. Be brief, because I understand that
I'm going to
the
be
chair
here.
has to go someplace.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation again. One of the comments you made, that this has been battering about for 27 years. It's time to get to a conclusion. This is the fourth time, so what was the conclusion the last three times?
There was never any conclusion. Nothing was ever
There's
done.
always a conclusion.
Okay?
So I'm just wondering what.
I'm
was the
giving you my
conclusion?
answer is there was never anything done.
I'm not, that was a conclusion that nothing needed to be done. But-
Okay.
But anyway, so you have not, what I'm hearing is that even though you know this has been around the block three times, and there has been a conclusion, it ended, one way or the other it ended, and it didn't end with amalgamation, but you have not looked into that, into the rationale or the reasoning why they did not pursue amalgamation. You did not look into that.
I read the report from 1999, I believe it was. I looked at the motions from your council and the Grimsby Council, and I believe there was another report there. A few of them had recommendations or the motions from the cities, but never did anything happen as a result of it. I mean, Port Colborne had one where they wanted to take over all their infrastructure items, I believe it was. Nothing ever happened, and the taxpayer still keeps getting hit with 25% tax increases or items like that. Nothing, there's no light at the end of the tunnel for the taxpayer.
Chairman Gale, there was a conclusion, and it wasn't up to us as a municipality to drop it. Somebody at the higher level, which is the Ontario government, decided not to proceed. And I would strongly encourage you to go find out why the provincial government, on the last three kicks at the can, so to speak, did not proceed it, did not pursue it and dropped it. That might help you. Thank you.
Okay, so I don't see any other questions. I did want to say, Councillor Gale, that in 1999-2000, the town of Fort Erie did reduce the number of councillors on our council from 9 to 7.
Okay.
I think there have been 2 municipalities in Niagara since then that have done that. No others have. Regional council has actually grown in size during that period of time. Thank you very much for spending all this time here. We have a delegation that's coming right up afterwards. Mr. Hunter, I know that you've told us that you have to leave, but he's asked me to ask you to stick around if you could.
He's already had is that gentleman there? I've already told him I can't stick around. I have to go in to meet another mayor right now, so.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Good luck. I hope it's a
Whoa.
more congenial mayor.
Yeah. Oh, no, I'm good. You are passionate for your city.
Try not to break our...
Yeah. Charge that to the region. Thank you.
Thank you. So with the indulgence of members of council, I'm going to ask Greg Hunter to come forward. He's going to speak about this particular issue, and he's got a brief presentation ahead of the municipal staff. Good evening, Mr. Hunter.
Good evening, Mayor Redekop. Good evening, Mayor Redekop, councillor, staff, members of the public. My name is Greg Hunter. I'm a lifelong resident of Fort Erie, 62 years. Oh, the arrow's not working. There we go, that's better. My presentation has 3 sections. First, I'll talk about local politicians. I'll talk about examples of recent amalgamations in Ontario and also municipal tax reduction. Just for the record, I'm opposed to amalgamating Fort Erie with any other municipality in the Niagara region. I'd just like to read a letter to the editor that I sent to the Niagara Falls Review in 2024. Why do we need politicians? It surprises me when I read comments regarding potential amalgamation in the Niagara region and people say we need fewer politicians, especially when those comments are made by politicians themselves. Technically, we don't need politicians for governments to function because staff can do the majority of the work, creating plans, hiring consultants, and generating reports. Generally, politicians act similar to a board of directors for government administration. Politicians help create initiatives, set priorities, and vote on plans created by staff. I'm certain staff could do those things without input from politicians. However, the most important thing politicians do is provide a voice for residents. Residents who pay taxes that fund services deserve to have input into the process, and that input comes with the leverage of a vote on the process through our politicians. A council vote directs staff on how to proceed. The fewer politicians we may end up with in the Niagara region, which may be brought about by amalgamation under the guise of saving taxpayers' money, the less of a voice residents will have in the administration of our local government. In my opinion, local politicians in the municipalities which make up the Niagara region are a bargain for the input of residents they enable, and I'm happy to pay taxes to have a voice in the process. I sincerely wonder about the motives of politicians who say we need fewer politicians. If the municipalities in the Niagara region get amalgamated, we could end up with something that looks like this, where the voice of the local taxpayers is significantly reduced. This is a slide I put together based on the makeup of the Niagara Regional Council, and I was actually surprised that there's 32 councils in the Niagara region, and as you can see there, 4 municipalities make up the majority in the regional council, and they can dominate the political process. 8 municipalities constitute the minority, and taxpayers in smaller municipalities are barely represented. And the thing that I focused on there was Wainfleet, which only has 1. That's almost taxation without representation. I'll talk a little bit about the history of amalgamation in Ontario. When the Mike Harris government was elected in 1995, there were 850 municipalities in Ontario. It was consolidated down to 444 in 2000. There were examples of large urban cities which were amalgamated, smaller rural communities, and also medium-sized and urban communities. I asked the question, did the amalgamation in Toronto result in lower municipal taxes? And the quick answer is no. The 1998 amalgamation of Toronto did not reduce municipal taxes as promised by the provincial government, but rather failed to deliver significant cost savings and resulted in increased expenditures. The anticipated financial efficiencies were offset by rising costs for services, wages, and debt, often leading to higher per household tax. This is a study that I found on this weekend when I was working on this. It was put out by the Fraser Institute in 2015, where they looked at a number of those amalgamations which were done in Ontario. And you'll see on the title page there, it says amalgamation was supposed to bring cost savings, smaller government, and lower taxes. It didn't. One of the municipalities saw municipal employee compensation increase by 52.8%, property tax up 50%, and long-term debt increased 111%. The scale of rural municipalities did little to mitigate the effects of forced consolidation, mainly because the provincial government directed the process centrally, and so much emphasis was placed on quick implementation, which I heard a lot of tonight, leaving little time for rural officials to explore alternative institutional arrangements or methods of cost mitigation. Key findings: harmonization of staff wages and service levels to the highest degree. High transition costs when merging departments, software systems, union contracts, and research comparing amalgamated municipalities to non-amalgamated ones found no tangible financial benefits. This is an interesting graph where they posted a number of different municipalities. Some of these municipalities were amalgamated. Some were actual regional governments which were broken up, and others were just status quo municipalities. And if there were a clear benefit to amalgamation, we would see a dramatic effect here, but we don't see that. Even that being said, this graph doesn't explain the whole picture because some of the municipalities took on a lot of long-term debt that they had to pay off over time at great cost to offset the cost of amalgamating all the departments, the computer systems, and the rest. So property taxes doesn't tell the whole story. The conclusion that the Fraser Institute came up with, even in the face of stiff local opposition to restructuring, provincial officials still maintain that amalgamated municipalities would be more efficient and produce tangible benefits for residents, such as lower taxes and reduced bureaucracies. Their conclusion, we have found that these intended benefits never materialized. We are, of course, not the first to reach this conclusion. And I'll just add one thing with regard to the fire service. You can use that as an example that everybody will understand. In St. Catharines, the fire service is 100% unionized, and the average compensation is $83,000 per firefighter. As you said, Fort Erie is primarily a volunteer fire department. If all the municipalities in the Niagara region were amalgamated into one, you can bet the firefighters union would push to unionize all the firefighters in Fort Erie at significant cost to the region. Thank you. Does anybody have any questions?
Thank you very much, Mr. Hunter. As usual, you're very detailed. You've done a lot of research.
Thank you.
We're not used to that this evening. Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, and thank you for your presentation. I always enjoy when you come here and make presentations.
Thank you.
I just have a question. You sat through the last presentation.
Yes.
You listened to what we listened to.
Yes.
I'm still trying to process what I just heard. What are your thoughts?
Okay, my background in the aerospace industry was partly founded on process improvement. I was actually a certified Six Sigma black belt, process improvement. And one of the fundamental problems that most people who are trying to save money do is they jump to the solution without understanding the problem. It happens everywhere. I worked for a guy on a contract one time who did the same thing. And I had to rein him in. I had to say, wait a second. We need to go back and understand the problem before we implement the solution. And the solution that we found, ultimately, wasn't his solution. It was something else where we saved $300,000 a year. But sometimes you have to rein these things in. And I think, Mr. Gale, we're all on the same team in the sense that we want to reduce taxes. We all agree that these increases of 25%, 30%, it's not sustainable. We all agree. But what we don't understand is the details of why. And I think that's the mistake that Mr. Gale made.
Thank you. Well,
He got ahead of himself.
as always, I appreciate your comments, and certainly thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Councillor Dubanow and then Councillor Noyes.
Thank you very much, Your Worship, and through you to Mr. Hunter. Thank you very much for coming in this evening. Like Councillor Lewis says, it's always great to have you here, someone who's so passionate about the community that they're willing to come out and speak about issues such as these, particularly your background in efficiency and process management. It clearly shows because there are occasions where you demonstrate that to us here about trying to find the problem, so we appreciate that. Just going back to your presentation, you cited a lot of information from the Fraser Institute. Now, these are not questions intended to put you on the toes, it's just information to put out in the air here. Are you aware that the Fraser Institute is typically called a quote-unquote conservative think tank?
No, I wondered about that, and I was going to look that up, but I'm glad that you pointed it out.
Okay, thank you very much. And one other question is, Chair Gale had mentioned that he wants to hear from everyone within this little timeframe that he set up. Certainly, your thoughts seem very well organized, very put together. They always are, Greg. Will you be sharing this with Chair Gale in light of the fact he couldn't stay this evening to hear
Yeah, I
you?
talked to Bob before the meeting here, and he wasn't aware of the Fraser Institute report, and I'm going to send it to him in the morning with my suggestions, so.
And I know I'm not supposed to do more than ask questions. I'm shocked that Bob Gale, of all people, is not aware of a Fraser Institute report. And I'll just leave it at that. Thank you very much, Your Worship.
Well, can I just comment? I'll just say he got ahead of himself. He has the right intention. We're all on the same team. We want to reduce taxes. He got ahead of himself. He got over his skis. I'll use an Olympic analogy. He got over his skis.
Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Mayor, through Greg. Greg, thanks again for all your help. One of the things you mentioned, one of your comments was that that in different situations, people jump to the conclusion before they identify the problem. And you thought that perhaps this was, all of us would like to see lower taxes. And one of the things that I noticed that Mr. Gale never touched on at all, other than the 25% and the 40% over and over again, was the fixed and escalating costs in regards to material, staffing, housing, police, et cetera, that make up the majority of that 25% increase. What would your thoughts be if we would actually, those things we can't change. Those things are beyond us. What would you recommend if we can't control those costs? That how would it affect the 25% if we amalgamated, or would be the Fraser Institute basically says what it says, we wouldn't reduce costs, we'd actually increase costs.
Well, I wouldn't comment on that because I don't even understand it, right? I'll give you a principle. There's a principle called 5 whys. Ask why 5 times. So the first why is, why did the municipal taxes increase by 30%? So you answer that question. That's going to unleash another why. So you ask why, and gradually, if you ask why 5 times, you'll get down to the kernel of the problem, and then you'll understand, or you'll at least have ideas how to fix it. You have to ask why 5 times.
I think Chair Gale may have asked the first why. Thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you very much, Mr. Hunter. I have to say that I'd feel a lot more comfortable if you were somehow involved in this whole process.
I'll help where I can.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we're going to continue on with our delegations, and we've got Kennedy DeGoyer, who's going to give some background with respect to amendments to the Parks and Beaches bylaw. Good evening.
Good evening, Your Worship. Good evening, Mayor, councillors, staff, and residents of the town of Fort Erie. This report is a staff-initiated proposal to repeal and replace the existing Parks and Beaches Bylaw 11903. This proposal is not reactive, but rather proactive to address recurring concerns from residents and operational challenges experienced by staff. The purpose of this presentation is to inform Council of the replacement bylaw, key changes being proposed, and the consultation undertaken by staff. Thank you. As Council is aware, the Parks and Beaches Bylaw 11903 was created in 2003. Since that time, there have been several amendments over the years, and now the bylaw is becoming quite outdated. Staff have identified areas that lack clarity or limit enforcement mechanisms. This proposed bylaw will modernize the structure, the language, and improve clarity for residents. There have been added prohibitions and enforcement mechanisms that aligns this bylaw with the town's updated and existing bylaws. This slide is a general overview of changes that will be discussed this evening. The sections of the bylaw have been updated to reflect current events such as the introduction of electric vehicles. Section 2 has seen the addition of 6 definitions. Section 3, general prohibitions, has been updated to include 13 new infractions, 17 pre-existing infractions, and a tiered penalty system. Section 8 speaks to parking, which has seen the addition of electric vehicles and AMPS-related penalties. Section 10 has been added for a uniform layout with existing bylaws and further gives an overview of what actions an officer may or can take. Section 10 has been added from up-to-date bylaws in an effort to align consistent wording and layout across all bylaws pertaining to enforcement. This table here, all the changes proposed will be briefly shown on the table in the forthcoming slides. The full table of changes can be reviewed in the report or within Appendix A of the report. The definitions section has been updated to incorporate 4 electric vehicle definitions such as active charging session, electric vehicle charging, and electric vehicle charging station. Encroachment of any kind onto town property has been defined and added as our current encroachment bylaw is strictly specific to encroachments on town road allowances. The bylaw department has received many complaints pertaining to encroachment, and officers are left with little to no enforcement mechanisms. This now gives enforcement power when an encroachment is not on a road allowance. Another definition within Section 2 that has been changed is 2.18 running at large. This definition has been amended and it has been extracted from the animal welfare bylaw just for consistency. The next section we move into, these are the general prohibitions in Section 3. There has been 8 subsections added to address prior occurrences that were not enforceable. For example, destruction of town property from students. This is something that we get called quite regularly over and is really not something that we can enforce, so we are looking to include that in our enforcement powers. These subsections are added to help address enforcement concerns and to be able to provide service in these areas. In the general prohibitions, we have added to address complaints from residents that the bylaw department receives from time to time that hasn't been previously touched on. Staff have had several complaints in the past pertaining to encroachment on town property, whether it be a vehicle, trailer, tent, or structure. Staff have had complaints regarding private property owners grooming sand on town-owned beach windows. Over the summers, the bylaw department typically receives complaints regarding contractors using town parks to drive their heavy equipment or their vehicles through to conduct work on private property. The previous bylaw did not have an enforcement mechanism for this. Staff have seen damages in parks from vehicles and feel it should be addressed. We then move on to discuss tents, trailers, and structures being used as a dwelling on town property. After legal review of that section and discussing with an individual residing on town property, a clause under section 3.12.1 of the proposed bylaw has been added as to not infringe on an individual's charter of rights and freedoms. This is to ensure that we are not limiting an individual protecting themselves from the elements. However, it does address that an individual cannot make permanent living accommodations on town property. The next amended section to discuss is parking. Our parking regulations have been updated to incorporate electric vehicles and regulate designated spaces and the care of the equipment. Section 10, Administration and Enforcement. This was taken directly out of up-to-date bylaws for consistency in terminology and overall document layout. This section helps residents to understand officer capabilities. This section further allows for orders to be issued in a case where a property is in contravention. For example, if a person has encroached onto town property, let's say by erecting a shed, an officer would now have enforcement capabilities to issue an order for the removal of the encroachment. This update provides officers with enforcement capabilities that did not exist in Bylaw 11903 prior. The standardized framework allows for easier administration and becomes more familiar to both staff and residents. We move next to Schedule B of the bylaw, and I'm so sorry, thank you, Cole, for switching these slides. We move on to Schedule B, and that lays out the AMP schedule. It is important to add that a large amount of these offenses were previously laid out in the Parks and Beaches bylaw. However, those sections failed to transfer to the AMP schedule, leaving officers no ability to enforce these provisions. An example would be not able to lay a fine for consuming alcohol within a public park. We did not have enforcement mechanisms for that. Of these are 17 subsections that has been referenced earlier in the presentation. Those 17 offenses did not get transferred to the AMP schedule at the time for Bylaw 11903. A new addition is also a tiered AMP schedule that has also been implemented for consistency, again, creating a uniform layout to our existing bylaws. During the review process of this bylaw, residents were provided an opportunity to provide comments to improve the outdated bylaw through Let's Talk Fort Erie. One formal submission was given during this time. The comments were reviewed and considered. Though the suggestions were well thought out, some items have existing bylaws in place, like illegal dumping and other prohibited behaviors in the existing noise and nuisance bylaw. The submission pertained to Waverly Beach specifically. For example, one suggestion regarding algae and smell. Officers cannot regulate the smell or the algae that the lake produces. This would fall out of the bylaw enforcement scope. Other suggestions of depositing refuse and discharging of water and liquid was also considered at this time. Thank you, Mayor and Councillors, for your time and your consideration. Are there any questions?
Thank you very much, Officer DeGuyer.
Thank you.
Any questions? Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to Kennedy. Thank you for your presentation. Some of these are questions I'm going to come up again with in the reports, but you're standing here now. Encroachments of any kind on road allowances.
Yes.
So that would mean that real estate signs would be no longer allowed.
This bylaw will speak directly to town-owned properties. So this will be specific to our parks, our beaches, our trail, stuff like that.
You mentioned road allowances.
Yes, our encroachment bylaw that is currently existing only speaks to road allowances. So when we have had complaints of people encroaching into town parks or onto the Friendship Trail, stuff like that, we haven't had an enforcement mechanism in our back pocket.
Okay, so real estate signs, which are typically on the road, like on the boulevard and stuff, town property,
Yeah.
would be considered an encroachment and no longer be allowed.
Well, we do regulate that through our sign bylaw as well.
Okay, so but in this report somewhere, and I don't know where it says this particular bylaw takes precedent over other previous bylaws.
Over the previous bylaw, 11903 only.
Okay, so just get back to me on the real estate sign.
Sure,
and things like
yeah,
that, because
of course.
I'm a bit concerned. And you also
Yep.
talked about plants and cultivating not being allowed on town property. Encroachments, okay. The gentleman that we were just talking, just made a presentation, Greg Hunter, I'm going to use him as an example.
Yep.
He takes great care and great pride in the parks around his house. He plants, with some of his neighbors, hundreds of tulips in the park. Some of the mums and dads or whatever have gotten together and created a stone frog. With each stone, the children did, and they did something on it, and that would, that goes in the park, and it's quite interesting.
Right.
That would no longer be allowed.
No, it wouldn't.
Well, just on a point of
We also
order,
have discretion as well.
It would be allowed if the town permitted it. So if the residents asked the municipality for approval, the town could provide approval.
Okay, so they would need approval for all that stuff. So if someone puts a Christmas decoration, now the lot sizes are quite small, the front particularly in many things. If they wanted to put up a Christmas decoration, you've seen these inflatables. I've seen way too many inflatables. So they would no longer be allowed if they're close to the, like if they're on the road allowance.
This bylaw, again, we're just discussing the parks and beaches. I'm only referencing the road allowances in terms of encroachment. I'm talking, like encroachment in our parks and stuff like that is where we lacked enforcement capabilities, and that's kind of what I'm speaking to in the bylaw.
I think it kind of goes further than that, but anyway, in regards to motorized vehicles, and I didn't read all the other bylaws, and I'm not to refamiliarize myself with them. Is there a carve-out here somewhere for a motorized vehicle like a scooter for someone who needs a scooter to get from point A to point, or a power wheelchair? Those are considered motorized vehicles. What happens to them?
So any type of motorized vehicle, that's a moving violation, and that's something that's regulated by the Niagara Regional Police. We do not enforce any moving violations.
Okay, so when you're talking about electric motorized vehicles, they would still be allowed. You're not distinguishing them from anything else.
I don't necessarily believe that we would be very punitive towards someone with a disability. We do have discretion as well, and I don't feel that's a complaint that we would get.
All right, will you still be complaint driven?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Noyes. Anyone else? Thank you very much. I did have some questions. I had a conversation with the director earlier today. I don't know whether she spoke to you about some of the items that I had mentioned, some typos, some duplications, but then some concerns that I had with respect to a couple of other aspects. One of which had to do with, excuse me, one of which had to do with the EV fines, and they seem to be pretty modest compared to some of the other fines that are outlined in the schedule. What was the rationale for that?
So, Your Worship, we are just keeping it consistent with our existing parking violations. They're all really within the same range, so we are just trying to keep electric vehicles consistent with typical gas-powered vehicles.
Shouldn't there be some consideration given to the fact that the spaces allocated for people with disability attract a higher penalty because those are specialized parking spaces?
Right.
These are specialized parking spaces as well, so I'm wondering if staff could maybe take a look at that.
Staff could
and give
look at
some
it.
further consideration.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you, Your Worship.
Okay, that takes us to our final presentation this evening, and that's Officer Bryce Bailey. And after he's finished, we're going to take a break. I apologize to the people who are here for the public meeting. Didn't anticipate the meeting would be this long so far. Good evening, Officer Bailey.
Good evening, Your Worship. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, members of Council, and residents of the town who are here tonight. This report is a staff-initiated proposal to repeal and replace the existing snow removal bylaw 17/2009. This proposal is not reactive to a specific incident, but rather proactive to address recurring winter concerns and increase complaints from this most recent winter season from residents and operational challenges experienced by our staff. The purposes of this presentation is to inform Council on the replacement bylaw, the key changes that are being proposed, and consultation undertaken by staff. The current bylaw has been in place since 2009, and over time, staff had identified areas that lack clarity or limit effective enforcement. Our proposed bylaw modernizes language and structure, improves clarity for residents and their snow removal contractors, adds prohibitions to address recurring issues, and aligns enforcement mechanisms with other current town bylaws. Importantly, this bylaw does not relate to the winter control plan or winter control operations undertaken by infrastructure services. This bylaw strictly governs the depositing and relocation of snow from private properties. For this bylaw, 5 definitions are new and have been added for Council's consideration, and 2 have been updated for consistency. 4 new prohibitions have been added, and others have been updated for clarity in terms of combining the prohibitions. For further clarity, General Prohibition section outlines the prohibited acts that are within the bylaw. One exemption has been added to exempt snowplow operators at all governmental levels, inclusive of their contractors during snow removal on public roadways. Sections 4 through 6.7 have been added from existing bylaws in an effort to align consistent wording and layout across all our enforcement bylaws. All changes proposed will briefly be shown on the tables in the coming slides. The full table of changes include minor grammatical changes can be seen in the corresponding report or the attached draft bylaw for council's consideration. I'll highlight here the presentation of some of the new definitions. In sections 2.2, 2.3, and 2.6, those have been added to match Provincial Highway Traffic Act legislation in keeping definitions the same. Just to continue on, we will review Section 3 and the general prohibitions that have been added into the bylaw for consideration based on complaints received by staff from the residents. Under Section 3.3, we've received repeated complaints for this matter, which is currently not a prohibited act. Under various other bylaws, it is a prohibited act to deposit grass, leaves, or garbage onto neighboring lands. The section being added due to the extensive complaints received and aligning the prohibited act with other prohibited matters under various bylaws. For Section 3.4, obstructing driveways is also added as a prohibited act. Based on the number of complaints received from residents and the concerns of large mounds of snow now being the responsibility of that resident and not the resident who previously deposited the snow. The most common complaints provided by residents that necessitate the addition of Sections 3.3 and 3.4 include the blowing of snow by mechanical means onto the side of neighboring homes, shoveling of snow on adjacent landowner walkways, and depositing snow by any means into the aprons of adjacent driveways. Our office routinely receives complaints of those natures, including the pushing of snowbanks into driveway accesses. Section 3.6 has been added based on complaints from residents, as well from a response received by the Let's Talk Fort Erie page, which will be discussed later on. As previously mentioned, 3.9 has been added to exempt snowplow operators at all governmental levels, inclusive of their contractors during snow removal on public roadways and sidewalks. The previous bylaw did not have an exemption for municipal plows for removing snow. The administrative, enforcement, and general sections of this bylaw were updated to better align the snow removal bylaw with the structure and provisions found in the town's current municipal bylaws. These sections were adapted directly from existing up-to-date bylaws to maintain consistency in our enforcement practices. By adopting the same standardized framework across all our other bylaws, this bylaw will be clearer, easier to administer, and more familiar to both enforcement staff and the public. Additionally, Schedule A of the bylaw includes a proposed AMP schedule for council's consideration. The ANTS offenses have been added and amended, as some were previously existing, but as well the fines have been increased to align with other bylaws that are already passed by the municipality. For public consultation, staff undertook a public consultation in May of 2025 through the Let's Talk Fort Erie page. A total of 11 responses were received starting in June of 2025, and only one was directly related to the proposed bylaw. The remaining comments concerned Infrastructure Services Winter Control Plan, and they were not related to this bylaw. The relevant feedback that was provided in the Let's Talk Fort Erie page was incorporated into the proposed changes of this bylaw. In summary, this proposed replacement modernizes a 17-year-old bylaw, improves clarity and enforceability, and aligns with current municipal standards. It also enhances our ability to respond to resident concerns during the winter season. Thank you again, Mayor and members and council, for allowing me to present the proposed bylaw changes to you this evening. Are there any questions?
Thank you very much, Officer Bailey. Councillor
Thank you.
Lewis.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you for the presentation, both
Of course.
tonight. I just have one quick question with respect to 3.0, the general provisions, or I can't remember. 3.0.
Yes.
Somewhere between 2.6 and 3.0. 3.4, there was talk about snowplow removal and putting on adjacent roadways.
Yes.
I'm going to use the example of Ashwood Avenue, south of Erie Road, where it meets the beach.
Yep.
There is a property owner on the, I guess it would be the east side.
East side, yes.
That has used that roadway because they have access, but they've pushed the snow in front of the gate going to the beach. Would this bylaw allow us to be able to prevent that from happening in the future? So they're plowing the driveway right up to the pedestrian entry. But it's weeks of constant doing it, and now there's, as an example, a 10-foot hill that people now have to go over to get to the beach property. Would this bylaw, in its current state, give you the tools necessary to be able to deal with that?
In its current state or the proposed state before you this evening?
Proposed state going forward. Like
In the
with
proposed state,
changes.
yes, that is definitely something that we could deal with. It's my understanding that that is partially a road allowance, but then it partially becomes what's deemed a sidewalk, right?
Correct.
If I'm correct. So then, yes, that would allow us to handle that matter.
Perfect, thank you.
Of course.
Any other members of council? Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Mayor. In regards to the drains and the hydrants, and I agree that, they should be cleared and all that kind of thing. But, and you're not saying this in your report, I just want to clarify here.
Of course.
It's not the responsibility of the homeowner to maintain the drain or to maintain the fire hydrant, although it's strongly encouraged, if they can, they should.
Right. Under this proposed bylaw this evening, it would be if the drain was covered intentionally by a large amount of snow, or the hydrant was covered intentionally by a large amount of snow, or their snowplow contractor buried said drain or hydrant under 6-8 feet of a mound of snow, or it was built up over time and we received a complaint to have that hydrant or drain cleared.
But again, it's not the homeowner, unless they've deposited the snow.
Correct.
They didn't deposit, but it's still good if they tried to keep it clear.
Yes, that's correct.
In regards to the amps and the penalties and things like that, who gets the ticket? Let's say somebody hires a snow removal company, and the snow removal company does some infractions.
Yep.
Who gets the ticket? Is it the snowplow guy who did the infractions, or is it the homeowner?
So under general prohibitions, it does speak to no person, so that would be dependent on who does the action. So whether that would be the homeowner or the snow removal contractor, it's up to who committed the offense.
Okay, so thank you. I'm glad to hear that. The last question is about leaf blowing. I know it may sound funny when I ask this, but what happens if you're just returning the leaves to the property, to the tree on the property next to you that created the leaves?
Unfortunately, you're responsible for all leaves that land on your property. They cannot be returned.
Okay, thank you.
Seems unneighborly, doesn't it? So I do have a question. You did receive a comment on Let's Talk Fort Erie. Had to do with, I believe it had to do with vehicles parked on the street. We have a bylaw that says you can't park, I think it's from November the 1st until end of March or something of that nature.
Yes.
But we have many weeks and months where there is no snow. And then there are also times during the day, not overnight, when we have snow and vehicles are parked on the road, which makes it difficult for plows to get around. Was there any consideration given to activating some type of prohibition of parking on the streets if there was a certain amount of snow that fell or that type of thing?
I do recall seeing that submission here, and I just reviewed it briefly. The parking prohibitions are located under the town's traffic bylaw 2089. This is brought forward for snow removal purposes. If council's request is for us to look into the traffic bylaw as a separate entity, we can review that.
Okay, so that's something that could be dealt with at the next planning subcommittee meeting, I suppose. Yeah, okay. Thank you very much, Officer Bailey. So at this point, we're going to take a 10-minute break. We're going to come back here at 8:27, and when we come back, we're going to start with the public meeting. Okay, so we're back in the council chamber, and we're going to proceed with the public meeting under the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment of 19 Derby Road. This is a process that Councillor Flagg has declared a conflict when we reconvened earlier at 5 o'clock today when we started this extravaganza. And this process will start with a member of staff, I believe it's Mr. Banfield, will be providing us with some background information relative to the application. We'll then, and council may ask him questions, we'll then hear from the applicant or the applicant's agent with respect to any comments he or the agent wish to make, and then also subject to questions by the councillors. Then we'll ask if there's anyone other than the applicant in support of the application. I'll go to Mr. Patton with respect to anyone who might also be zooming in on this meeting, because they also may participate. And then when I've done that, I'll ask if there's anyone who wishes to speak in opposition to the application or ask questions of council. Again, council members may have questions of you. And once that's done, we'll then proceed to deal with the report, the information report that staff has provided to us, which is on the agenda. So we'll start with the public meeting, and I would ask Mr. Banfield to come forward. Good evening.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council, and members of the public in attendance. My name is Miles Banfield, and I'm the Junior Development Planner for the town of Fort Erie. The purpose of this public meeting is to provide information to council regarding a proposed official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment for 19 Derby Road. The applicant is proposing an official plan amendment to add apartment buildings as a permitted use. The proposed zoning bylaw amendment is to rezone the property from a site-specific residential multiple 692 zone to a site-specific residential multiple 2 zone. This site-specific zone will require relief for minimum lot area, maximum lot coverage, minimum number of parking spaces, and landscape strip width. Here's the timeline for the development application process. The application was deemed complete on November 20th, 2025. Notification of the February 23rd public meeting was provided in accordance with the requirements of the Planning Act by placing a public notice sign on the subject lands on February 3rd and mailing a notice of public meeting to all properties within 120 meters of the subject lands. The proposed OPA and ZBA application is subject to a 120-day processing review timeline that begins the day the application is deemed complete and will stop the day council makes a decision on the application. Right now, we are at the public meeting and information report stage, and this is day 95 of the 120-day timeline. The subject lands shown in yellow are located on a corner lot just northwest of the intersection of Derby Road and Missioner Road, and is approximately 210 meters southeast of the urban boundary shown by the red outline. Subject lands have an area of 3,004.16 square meters with 33.5 meters of frontage along Derby Road and approximately 88 meters along Missioner Road. Subject lands currently contains 2 multi-unit buildings. Surrounding area is an established residential area characterized primarily by single detached dwellings. The surrounding land uses are as follows. To the north, there are single detached dwellings. To the east is Derby Road and open space, which is Ridgeway Memorial Cemetery. To the south is residential, single detached dwellings, and to the west is residential as well, with single detached dwellings. This is the site plan for the proposed developments. The applicant is proposing a 3-story rental apartment building with 30 units and 42 parking spaces. This image shows the proposed floor plan for the first floor. As I mentioned, there are 3 floors with a proposed total of 30 units. There's 24 2-bedroom units that are proposed to be either 88 or 89 square meters, 5 3-bedroom units that are either 123 or 152 square meters, and a single 1-bedroom unit that is 62 square meters. This image shows the proposed second and third floors. Here we have the proposed underground parking with driving routes provided by the applicant. A total of 42 parking spaces are proposed, with 16 above ground and 26 below ground. The subject lands, once again shown in yellow, are approximately 350 meters north of a 3-story apartment building at 150 Derby Road and another 3-story senior apartment at 3911 Rebstock Road. Those are shown by the yellow arrows. The subject lands are also 0.6 kilometers west of Crystal Ridge Park and 0.5 kilometers west of St. George Catholic Elementary School. Subject lands are also within 0.7 kilometers of several commercial amenities along Ridgeway Road and approximately 1.2 kilometers away from several commercial uses along Gorham Road. This image shows Crystal Ridge Park and St. George Catholic Elementary School. Here we have some images of the commercial uses along Ridgeway Road and Gorham Road. The images on the left are along Ridgeway Road, and the images on the right are along Gorham Road. This is a current image of the subject lands, well, 2 images, that currently features 2 multi-unit buildings. The image on the left shows the multi-unit building along Derby Road, and the image on the right shows the multi-unit building along Missioner Road. The image on the left shows a northern view from the subject lands along Derby Road, and the image on the right shows a southern view from the subject lands along Derby Road. The image on the left here shows an eastern view from the subject lands facing Ridgeway Memorial Cemetery, and the image on the right shows a western view from the subject lands along Missioner Road. The subject lands are designated as medium-density residential, as shown here on the Crystal Beach Secondary Plan land use schedule. While this designation typically permits apartment buildings, there is a site-specific policy in section 4.2298 in the Crystal Beach Secondary Plan that does not include apartment buildings as a permitted use. Medium-density residential designations support multiple unit structures such as townhouses, triplexes, quads, and low-rise apartment dwellings with a height limit of 3 stories. For this site-specific medium-density residential designation, only semi-detached street or block townhouses and their accessory uses are permitted. Once again, the subject lands shown in blue here are currently zoned as a site-specific residential multiple 1-692 in the zoning bylaw, which also does not permit apartments. The proposed amendment to rezone the subject lands to site-specific residential multiple 2 would permit the proposed apartments and once again would require relief for reduced minimum lot area, increased maximum lot coverage, decreased number of parking spaces, and decreased landscape strip width. So here we have a site plan with the deficiencies more detailed. For maximum lot area, 115 square meters per unit is required, whereas 100.139 is proposed. For maximum lot area, up to 40% is permitted, whereas 40.5% is proposed. For the minimum number of parking spaces, 45 would be required, whereas 42 are proposed. And for minimum landscape strip width, 3 meters is required. However, there is a small area in the top left corner there of the site plan behind the garbage molochs that shows where only 0.9 meters are proposed. The proposal would be compliant with all other requirements of the RM2 zone. Public information open house was held in person in the atrium of Town Hall on December 18th, 2025 at 5 p.m. for this proposal. All property owners within 120 meters of the subject lands were notified of the information open house via a notice mailed by staff on December 4th, 2025. The meeting was attended by the agent, town staff, approximately 5 members of the public, and the town received 4 written public comments as well. Below is a summary of the comments that were made in objection. Residents had concerns about the character fit of the proposed apartment building. A response to this concern will be provided at the recommendation report stage, as we're only at the information report stage at this time. There were also concerns about construction noise, dust, road obstruction, and damage to surrounding homes. It should be noted that a site plan agreement would be required before construction can begin if this proposal is approved. The site plan agreement would include clauses with respect to noise, dust, and cleanliness of the site. Concerns were also brought up about drainage onto adjacent properties. Building and development engineering staff note that grading and servicing plans will be required during the site plan application stage to accommodate drainage and stormwater. Strain on schools, parking, and emergency services were also brought up. No concerns have been identified by the Niagara District School Board or by town fire staff or emergency services. On-street parking is also permitted except from November 1st to March 31st between 2 o'clock a.m. and 7 o'clock a.m. Thank you. That concludes the presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Banfield. Any members of council have any questions? Councillor Noyes?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for your presentation. Are any of the apartments accessible?
No, but they would be compliant with AODA requirements.
Okay. I'm just thinking because there's an underground parking. So is the first story then flush with the ground?
Through the mayor to the councillor, yes.
Okay, thank you. And I understand from your report, none of these are affordable or will be considered affordable apartments.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Councillor Lewis?
A couple of questions here. One being, oh, thank you. Helps if I turn my microphone on. In terms of the units, Councillor Noyes had mentioned the accessibility part, but are any of these deemed to be affordable housing units, or is there an affordable housing component to that?
Through the mayor to the councillor, no affordable units are proposed at this time.
Okay. And then the rendering that the applicant has submitted, is there any conversation about any other options for aesthetics to better fit in with the neighborhood character? Or is that just what's been provided?
Which rendering are you referring to?
The drawing of the building, like the elevation one that shows what it would look like from the street. Thank you.
Through the mayor to the councillor, yes, that's what's been provided so far.
Okay, perfect. And then the other question, is the applicant here tonight? Okay, perfect. Thank you. And the other question I had was with respect to the fencing along the, I guess it would be west and northern portion of the property. What height of fence would be along that perimeter, and would there be any tree plantings as well along there? And when I say trees, I'm talking columnar trees that grow taller and provide a bit of aesthetic break to the neighboring properties.
Through the mayor to the councillor, a tree protection plan has been submitted by the applicant and reviewed by town staff. As to exactly what trees and the height of those trees, I'm not sure.
Okay, and that's some of the questions I can work through with the developer. I'm going to hold for a moment because I think I had a few others, but I need to scribble through my notes here on a busy night.
Okay, anyone else? So, Mr. Banfield, you made reference to some site limitations in terms of construction. Is that because of the secondary plan?
Yes, that's correct.
And so the secondary plan was a public process, and if residents participated in that process. And the secondary plan made certain recommendations with respect to this parcel. I guess the residents have another opportunity to protect whatever the site-specific designations are for this property. Is that it?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
So when the secondary plan was approved, the neighbors may have believed that, okay, this is the most that can go there. Now they're faced with something different, a different proposal that would alter those site limitations. This is a public process, so they're allowed to express their views as to whether we should consider those changes or not.
Yes, they're allowed to express those views.
Councillor Lewis?
Yeah, one question in terms of height. Based on what was zoned and permitted under the secondary plan, what would the maximum height be on the current approved secondary plan B versus what's being presented tonight? Are we looking at a building that's taller or shorter than what?
I believe up to 9 stories is permitted.
Okay.
Thank you. Anyone else? And thank you very much, Mr. Banfield. So now I'm going to ask if the, you're off the hot seat for now. Now I'm going to ask if the applicant wishes to address council or an agent on behalf of the applicant. Good evening, Mr. Bremner.
Good evening. I'm a little confused as to why it's not being considered affordable housing. I would say the reason I'm here for zoning changes is to put a building there that doesn't need 30 services coming into it so I can build affordable housing. I can't when I'm putting 30 services and build affordable housing. So I don't know how that got missed, but for sure that's my goal.
Your intention is that some or
yeah, and
of these units would be affordable?
I would expect all of them to be affordable.
Okay, well that's
I haven't gone through the building process yet to say how many might be accessible, and I've also just started looking at any type of like community living partnership or something like that that may work with it as well. But I'm not at the point where I can come here and say that those are possibilities right yet.
Okay, that's certainly helpful. Did you want to add anything further to what's been provided, or just make yourself available for some questions?
I would just say that as far as the density goes, we're meeting the same density as like what the secondary plan proposed. And so it's really just a building change. And maybe we could build something different or better, but I don't think we can build something that's affordable that looks much better than that.
Okay.
And so I kind of felt that, you know, the residents should have come forward in the secondary plan and opposed the density amounts at that point. To me, that decision's already been made. And I mean, I based a lot of the building on that fact and designed the building to meet the specifications for the most part. And the small areas that were deficient, I don't think are worth losing units for the small amount of like 3 parking spaces or a couple of feet of grass. And I think that's about any questions.
Okay, so just to clarify, so the density is an issue. What you can build on the property currently is a separate issue, so that you may not be able to meet the maximum density with the housing that's permitted currently. You're asking to change that, which would allow you to presumably build more units than the current zoning would.
I don't think we're asking for more density than what the secondary plan has already allowed for.
Yeah, there's a distinction though between density and housing type.
Okay, understood.
That's I think
right,
that's
right.
it. But thank you.
And that's what I'm here for, right? Is to because I want to change the housing type to make it affordable.
Yep. Thank you for that clarification on the affordable housing aspect. Any questions of Mr. Bremner? Councillor Lewis.
Perfect. Thank you for coming here tonight, because it's always nice to hear from the developer directly themselves. Not that we don't appreciate what staff have to say. I did have a conversation with some of the neighbors in the area. One of the comments was with respect to the two abutting property owners, so the one to the west and the one to the north, and you have a proposed fence that would be going in. Do you have any intention of planting any trees, columnar trees that grow taller that would provide some additional privacy to the neighbors? I know between the lot line and Miss Teasdale's property, there's about 3 meters, and I think about the same between the other. Is that your intent, or is that something you're open to?
I believe there's trees in the plan.
No, but I'm just asking, like, a tree could be, there's trees and there's trees. I'm looking for something that might grow to a height that would be meaningful for providing some privacy to the neighbors, especially the one to the north who will have 2
I don't
floors.
have a problem being specific on the tree.
Okay, so that's something you would work with the municipality. Thank you. And then the other question I have, I did speak with one of the tenants of your property who phoned. They wanted to know if there was any opportunity for tenants that are currently within your building to be able to have first opportunity to potentially rent a unit if that happens.
Yeah, of course, and I think I've said that to them. There's going to be a time lapse, of a few years, but I've made that offer to most of the tenants already.
Okay, perfect. And then the other question I had, I do have some concerns about the drainage, which I'm not looking necessarily for you to answer, but I know that will come in subsequent reports.
I'm familiar with it.
Yeah. It is. You'd never think there was a drainage issue on top of a hill, but
I've been there for 30 years, and I've dealt with the issue, and so I wouldn't leave it not fixed because it will develop into a problem for myself down the road if the building goes up.
And then the other question I had was, we've talked about neighborhood character. The drawing that you've shown is one rendering. You've mentioned that you're limited in what you can do to be able to make it affordable, which I understand. Are you open to any other suggestions in terms of aesthetics or how to make it better blend with existing neighborhood?
Of course. I just have other ideas that I think when I get into the buildings aspect of it could affect that. And it's hard to speak on it until I get involved with the architect further.
Okay, that's fair. And then the other question I had was with respect to timeline. I know from my first term on council to now, with quite a gap in between, there's a number of properties that have had zoning changes because the developer has made that request, always with the intent that they're in a hurry to build a development, but then the development doesn't happen. Would a sunset clause on this be something you would be open to, say 5 years, if council were to make an approval? Otherwise, you'd have to start back from the beginning of the planning process. And the reason I ask that is we have a lot of what I'm going to call maybe investors or speculators who have made changes to their property to increase the value, but really have no intention of building.
I mean, it's my intention to build there.
Perfect. Those are my only questions. I do look forward to the staff report and addressing some of the concerns that have come up from the neighborhood. And I do appreciate you coming here tonight because that doesn't always happen. And I needed to make that a question, so I'll just say, don't you agree? So I don't get in trouble from this guy.
I was just going to let that go. Anyone else? Thanks very much, Mr. Bremner.
Thank you.
So at this stage, I'm going to ask if there's anyone other than the applicant who wishes to speak in favor of the application. And since I don't see anyone, Mr. Patton, is there anyone in the digital waiting room that would like to speak to council on this? They've vacated. Okay, then I'm going to go to, is there anyone who wishes to speak in opposition to the application or raise questions? Please come forward.
Mayor and Council, I'm Gloria Teasdale, and I'm the one that lives on the west side of this property.
Give us your address as well, please.
Oh, 3980 Michener Road, Crystal Beach.
Please proceed.
Okay. My biggest concern is, well, to begin with, I think it's too big a piece of property for what's going in there, but it's all the cars that are going to be going next to my property, because there's only one entrance for all, as he says, 42 cars. they're either going to be parked on the outside or going down to his underground parking, but they all go in this fire lane that is right next to my property. That's a lot of cars coming in my little tiny neighborhood. And as Mr. Lewis said, a fence, how high is the fence going to be? What's going to be made of? And will these trees even begin to take away all that noise that's going to be coming in? And the other thing is, I don't understand this required lot area was supposed to be 427 square meters per unit, and he's only going to have 100.138 square meters. I think that's a big difference. I don't quite understand why that's even, being considered. And as for parking on the road, I don't think it's not going to do much good to his grass, and I don't know what's going on there. He says the drainage won't be a problem, but there has been problems in the drainage at the bottom end of the, I believe it's 15 Derby Road. Anyways, the house to the north of him in my backyard, because it wasn't coming out properly. And it's always been spring, it's wet back there. That's as simple as I can say. You can't walk back there without sloshing, okay? If it was just townhouses, I wouldn't complain. Well, I don't say I'd be happy, but I wouldn't complain. At least I wouldn't have all those cars coming in any time of day, any time of night. That's my.
Thank you very much. Can you just clarify one point?
Yes.
You mentioned something about 400 square meters.
It's on the thing he sent in the mail, or you people sent me in the mail. It says required lot area. And it says the recommended is 427 square meters per unit, and what he has offered is 100.138 square meters.
We have to get that clarified because our report indicates something different. It says 115 square meters per unit is required. We'll get that clarified.
So he's still short on that.
It would be, yeah, but it's not in the magnitude of 400.
Yeah, okay.
Before you go,
Yeah.
are there any other members of council that have any questions of Ms. Teasdale? Did you have anything further?
No.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Yes, please come forward, sir. I recognize you, but it looks like a new haircut. Are you trying to confuse me?
Well, Okay, so Reverend Bill Thomas, 4065 Village Creek Drive in Stevensville. And as was pointed out last time I got up to speak, I chair the Affordable Housing Committee for the town of Fort Erie. So as you know, when I get up, I don't really speak in favor or in opposition to a development, especially when it's outside of my neighborhood. I'm familiar with Crystal Beach and really quite enjoy going down to Crystal Beach often. But I do want to stand and just, again, commend councillors for raising the question of affordable housing. This is the second time in a row that that's happened, and I think that that the messaging is actually coming through. It has been a key component of how this town is approaching development, and I think that the more we raise it, the better it is. I want to commend the developer for having that in mind as well. And I think that that if concerns of people in the neighborhood can be addressed, then I would actually speak in favor of this development, because I think that affordable units are a much needed component of the housing strategy for the town. But I hear the concerns that have been raised, and I think that they're important. But I do want to just keep that up there and mention it again. Okay. That's it.
Thank you very much, Reverend Thomas. Any members have any questions? Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah.
Is there anyone else who wishes to address council on this topic? Yes, please come forward. Good evening. We do need your name and address.
My name is Tanya Turner, and we bought 15 Derby Road, my family. So we bought it in May, sorry. We haven't even been there for a year, not knowing that this was going to take place next door. Beautiful, beautiful property, beautiful location, everything. We fell in love with it, and we bought it. So I have a dog, and I walk my dog, and I'm meeting my neighbors, and they're like, oh, did you hear? And I'm like, what? Because I didn't hear anything about this coming up. So it's devastating. I'm not against affordable housing. I'm not against building. I just think this is a humongous monstrosity, and it's butt up against us. I'm on the north side, so I look at my window and I'm just going to see someone on their balcony. Like my property, my front of my property goes as long as his, like the length. So anyways, this underground parking threw me because that's like something in Toronto. What is that going to do to the structure of my 100-year-old home, character home that I bought? There's a lot of earth that gets moved. I'm really scared for what's going to happen to any cracking, anything going on with my structure. That's really scary. Drainage too, also caving in. Who knows? I don't know. It's ground, right? It's earth. So there's a place in Winkley going on, and I live by there. I have my house there still, but they are doing that, and they had the people come into their homes to see the structures before all this is being, all this digging and earth removal, and it should be on his, I'll say dime, I don't know how to say it, I don't have big words. So that's a really big, giant problem that we are scared of. So how long is this build going to take? So I'm right there. There's the exhaust fumes, diesel, like the construction, all of it. I'm going to sit in my backyard that I bought to retire in, and now I've got this. So the parking too. So what's going to happen? Like 30 units. That's not 30 people moving in. That's 30 families. That's like a lot of people. This is not 30 people. So they could have 2 cars. They could have 3 cars. Who knows? Where are we going to park after that? So, like, there's a cemetery across the road, and it's beautiful to watch. People come, they park, they go, and they bring flowers, whatever. Like, is that going to be their parking lot, their overflow parking lot too? So that's one of the things is, where's all this overflow parking going to be? Because they have friends, they have family, they're going to come visit for sure. And I'm not against all of that. The drainage is a big thing. And like Gloria said, it's sloppy out there. There is a culvert that kind of goes through, and I don't know, it's a mess back there right now. I just think it's a very big building to be put right there. I'm not against, like I said, like townhouses. Also, it's 3 stories high. So I'm going to come out my door, and now I'm going to have 15 balconies of people staring at me, or like, it's not staring, it's just, that's where you're going to look. That's your focal point. That's where you're going to see. It's like I'm not even want to go and enjoy my backyard anymore. I have this beautiful, I didn't know it was a mulberry tree. There's a beautiful, I don't know how old it is, mulberry tree. Well, I get up in the morning and there's deer, and there's fox, and there's a skunk, and there's coyotes. There's all kinds of wildlife, the bunny rabbits, they eat there. So now we're going to have more, we have to think of the animals too. And also for the lighting, is this going to like make my, like, am I going to have all these lights in my backyard now for, also for fire, all these apartments? That's like 30 apartments. That's a lot of apartments. So yeah, is he going to live, I've never met you. Hi. Are you living in there? It's not my business, but is there going to be a superintendent living in there?
You have to address your questions to the council.
I'm sorry, yeah, I've never done this before. So is there going to be like a superintendent in this building? Is he going to like, is there going to be, someone looking after this every day if there's something going on? I've never lived in an apartment building, so I don't know. But yeah, so the structure of my home is like number one. the balconies, the 30 units, can it just be like a little bit more denser? I'm not against the build. I'm not against any of that. Just lower density, I don't know. That's just...
So can you just clarify that comment about density?
Like shorter, like not 3 units or 3 stories. The underground parking, I think, is insane around there. Like it's just so wet and that, like, there's gonna be problems. I could just, how are you gonna, how many cars are going into the parking in the bottom? I don't remember.
We'll get that clarified.
Yeah, I don't know. I have all the paperwork here, I just didn't bring my glasses. But it's a lot. I think it's a lot. It's a big thing. Also, when you have all these families, why is there not even, like people have children, there's not, it's all gonna be parking in apartments, why is there not gonna be like a little space like for them to sit? Where are they gonna go? Where are the kids gonna play, in the street? And like, there's a parkway down, but you know, some people don't have cars. Just stuff like that, I don't know. I just think it's a very big build for that section, not just because I live there, but I just feel that's my, that's how I feel. So, I don't know.
Ms. Turner, we do have your letter, yours and your partner's letter from December. It's part of the package here for the report.
The letter that I sent in?
Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
We have that. And I hope that Mr. Banfield is making notes as you're speaking. Are there any members of council that have any questions? Thank you very much for coming out.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
So before I go back to you, Ms. Teasdale, is there anyone else who wishes to address council with respect to this? Okay, you just wanted a clarification? Yes. You have to come forward so we can catch it on. Well, we've got to get it on, we have to get it on record.
I just wanted to make sure that you got my letter also.
Yes, we did.
Okay,
Yeah,
thanks.
it's part of the report.
That was a long walk for that.
Good exercise.
It's uphill going back.
Yeah, it was easier coming downhill. Yes, sir, please come forward.
Thank you. My name's Wayne Marlatt. I live at 4011 Wellington Court, Crystal Beach, around the corner from where this is going to be developed. Three stories, underground parking. I worked construction my whole life. I'm an iron worker, retired iron worker. I know what it takes to make a building like this. I know how long it takes. Underground parking for 42 cars is not substantial enough. There's going to be at least 60 cars there, 30 apartments, 2 cars per apartment. Takes 2 people to work and be able to afford what you want in life. Wife and husband have to work anymore. So saying that, 60 vehicles parking for 42, where do the other 18 cars park? Where do all these people hang out? Where do they go and enjoy themselves? Again, there's no playground there, using up all the property for the building. When I put an addition on my house, I had to worry about green space. And I had to worry about the size of my driveway because it took up the green space. Where does all this green space go now when it's all building? I'm not sure. Noise, dirt, everything that has to go along with it. It's going to be pretty distracting for everybody in that neighborhood, especially with a 3-story building sitting there and there's not one 3-story building anywhere close by. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much, Mr. Marlatt. Before you go, any members of council have any questions? Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to address council on this issue? Mr. Patton, has anybody showed up in the digital waiting room yet? Mr. Clerk, have we received anything since the report was published?
Yes, Your Worship, we received one written comment that I forwarded to council. I haven't been able to confirm their address, but it's from Robert Eberly Jr.
Okay, and you forwarded that by email?
That's correct, just over an hour ago.
Okay, if there are no other speakers, then I'm going to declare this public meeting closed. We're going to go to considering the information report. So this is a report that provides council with information, and council determines whether to move this issue forward to what would be called a recommendation report, which would take into account concerns expressed by residents, concerns expressed by members of council, and any other issues that the planning staff have identified. So, Councillor Christensen, I understand that you have the resolution to put
Yes,
this
Your
on the floor.
Worship. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor McDermott, that Council receives for information purposes Report PBBS 06-2026 regarding a proposed zoning bylaw amendment for the lands located at 19 Derby Road.
Are there any questions or comments? Councillor Lewis?
And I'll be brief on this, and I want to thank everyone who came out, including the applicant. But I know there are some major concerns with the neighborhood, those being mainly aesthetics, the towering effect, and what can be done to mitigate some of the neighboring properties, as well as what I'm going to say is a major drainage concern. I was out over the weekend looking at some of the properties with the neighbors, and it was a good time to go because there was a lack of snow and the ground was pretty saturated, but one would not think on top of a hill that you would have a drainage problem. And I guess unless you're from Fort Erie and realize that everything's unique here, it is a very wet area. So I'm confident that staff have been listening. I will be supporting the information report.
Thank you. Anyone else? So I'm assuming, Mr. Banfield, that you'll also take into account the issue of massing, parking, traffic in the neighborhood, and amenity space. Okay. All those in favor of receiving the information report? Any opposed? Doesn't appear. That's carried. Okay, so that takes us to the consent agenda, and one of the items added to the consent agenda was the letter to me from the regional chair regarding this evening's governance matter. I think that should be dealt with separately.
I'm just going to say if that can be removed.
Yep, so that will be removed. Are there any other items that anyone wishes removed from the consent agenda? If not, then Councillor McDermott, you have the resolution for the consent agenda, so that will be the consent agenda except item 13.2.3.
13.2?
13.2.3.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Christensen, that council approves the consent agenda as recommended, save 13.2.3.
Are there any questions or comments? All those in favor? None opposed, that is carried. Councillor McDermott, would you like to put item 13.2.3 on the floor then? Seconded by? Was it Councillor Christensen? Okay. So that item is on the floor for questions or comments. Okay, so is anybody going to move anything on this? Okay, and what are you moving? So we've got this letter on the floor, and it's on the floor. It's been moved and seconded. Did you want to speak to it?
Yeah, I can, there is an amendment I want to move, but if I may speak to it very briefly, Your
Sure.
Worship, I think I got the gist of my feelings about, for lack of a better word, the fiasco that we saw this evening. And it's unfortunate to call it a fiasco, but that's ultimately what it was. Certainly when I go into the hot seat, if you will, I come a heck of a lot better prepared. And, you know, this is the definition of putting the cart before the horse. If there was never a more clear example of that, it's this. Going around telling everyone what his vision is, and then, oh, by the way, I don't have any data to back it up, which is not an effective way to govern. It is not a way you build economic development in your community, which expects some level of certainty. And certainly as someone who puts a lot of value on private sector expertise, you'd be walked out of a building so fast if you showed up to a board meeting like that and expected to be taken seriously, but I digress. I would like to move an amendment, Your Worship, with respect to these letters, because I do believe that these violate the region's code of conduct. And I would like to move that council authorize the mayor on behalf of council to file a formal complaint under the regional's code of conduct regarding these letters.
Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Lewis? So that amendment is on the floor for any questions or comments. Councillor Christensen?
I will support that amendment, Your Worship. I felt, I observed a monumental arrogance that flies in the face of any formal and informal democratic process within the region of Niagara that I am aware of. The fact that someone who has been given an important leadership role should have the temerity to place his opinion with no formal information, with, as he demonstrated and acknowledged, no data, and who in fact inferred that there was a plan and that the plan had been, and that consultation had been agreed to, but certainly not before he sent the letter, even though it's 4 days, which included a weekend. I guess I am so dismayed at the deficit in the leadership that was demonstrated this evening, that I really am concerned about the state of the region and the state of competence in that leadership. Fortunately, I'm aware of at least 2 regional councillors who are exceedingly competent, but I really do have to wholeheartedly support your questioning the temerity of the gentleman who appeared before us tonight in taking the actions and making the decision he had. Thank you.
Anyone else? Councillor Noyes and then Councillor Flagg.
I just wanted to comment, and I won't make it long.
Okay, this is to the amendment?
Oh, no, not to the amendment, no.
Okay. Councillor Flagg to the amendment, or? Okay, so before we vote on the amendment, can I just ask staff if they'll provide me with some assistance with respect to the violation of the code of conduct? I'm looking at the lawyer, Mr. Riley.
The specific section, Your Worship?
You'll assist me in drafting the complaint?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Okay, then I'm going to ask everyone to vote on the amendment, which is council authorize the mayor on behalf of council to file a formal complaint under the regional council's code of conduct. All those in favor? Sorry.
Can we have this a recorded vote, Your Worship? Not that I anticipate it losing, but I think it speaks to the merits of the severity of this issue.
Clerk, would you conduct the recorded vote on the amendment, please?
Councillor McDermott?
In favor.
Councillor Christensen?
In favor.
Councillor Lewis?
In favor.
Councillor Flagg?
In favor.
Councillor Dubanow?
Yes.
Councillor Noyes?
Yes.
Your Worship?
Yes.
That carries.
Okay, so then we're back to the letter, the correspondence, and Councillor Noyes, I had you, and then Councillor Flagg.
Thank you, Mayor. The one comment I wanted to make, and I won't go on because I've said a lot earlier, is that in the letter to the Honourable Rob Flagg, he says in his letter, throughout our deliberations, he was talking about budget, and public reporting, several patterns have emerged that have taken together very serious concerns regarding waste, abuse, and a culture of casualness with taxpayers' dollars. I did not hear one example of any of those things that he's accusing and his rationale for changing. The only thing I've ever heard, the only thing I heard was 25%, like the tax increase. But for him to basically put something in there about abuse, waste, without any data, without any information, just, he didn't share any of that with us. So I'm hoping that the government of Ontario realizes that this is a lot of bluster with very little fact.
Well, we might want to send them a video of the presentation. Councillor Flagg.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I've remained silent on this a little bit because all of my colleagues asked questions and they didn't get answers, so I really didn't think I would either if I asked the question. But as I was sitting here, I was remembering a gentleman sitting in the middle of a hockey arena, and he had the same arrogance when they were speaking about the health and the changes of health. And it seemed like an individual that had no fear, like an individual that came with an agenda. And I'm very glad that that this council has stood up to that, just as I am proud that this community stood up when we met for the health department and for the hospital. And I know that the community and this council will continue to do that. I'm proud to be a part of it.
Thanks very much, Councillor Flagg. I'm sure it's mutual. Anyone else wish to speak to this before we call the vote? Then all those in favor of the amended resolution? All those in favor? That is unanimous. Okay, so we're through the consent agenda. That gets us now to reports, and the first report is PBBS 08-2026, and Councillor Noyes, you have the resolution for that.
Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Dubanow that bylaws number 12, 20 to 26 to 17 to 2026 inclusive are given third and final reading to be signed by the mayor and the clerk under the corporate seal.
Are there any questions or comments? Beg pardon?
Okay.
Okay. You've got, this is the Parks and Beaches, PBBS 08.
Okay. Report, okay, moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Dubanow, the report number PBS-08-2026, proposed Parks and Beaches bylaw be received, and further, the staff be directed to prepare the necessary bylaw.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions or comments on that one? Councillor Noyes.
Yes, and I do appreciate the amount of time and effort that the staff put into the report, but I do just want to have some clarification. In 12.2 of the report, now I've got to run to the report. It does say that in the event of a conflict between this bylaw and the provision of another town bylaw, the provisions of this bylaw shall prevail. So I'm a bit concerned about that maybe we need to kind of clean that up a little bit, because we're talking, if this is going to take precedent over other bylaws, I know we have a sign bylaw, we have other bylaws, that this particular bylaw says you can't do it. So there needs to be some clarification of that. The other thing I have is about this one size fits all, which I'm never a fond believer in regards to timing, that all the parks, all the beaches, et cetera, are 5 a.m. to 11 p.m. That doesn't necessarily fit, and it doesn't actually exist in this town. There are parks that are closed earlier, and I can give a good example. Here in Stevensville, there is the one on Ott Road, and we solved a major problem there. It's a baseball park. There was all kind of shenanigans going on after the baseball games, and very disturbing to the neighbors, and et cetera, et cetera. They were celebrating a little bit too much. And then the gates were closed. Whoever was in charge of the baseball games were told to gate it at 20 minutes or 10 minutes after the game's over, you got to gate it. So it is gated on a regular basis, and it is opened every morning. It is not open till 11 o'clock and does not open at 5 o'clock. And I would hate to see that change, because we solved the problem, and if we enforce this bylaw, we're going to recreate the problem that existed in the past. And I think there are some other areas that we don't necessarily think it's a good idea for them to be there at 11 o'clock. I would be more than happy to say that we can look at, not this one size fits all, but if you want to put that in, unless otherwise specified, because there are certain parks and certain areas. I know the people in Black Creek have a concern about 11 p.m. For the water windows, because that's new. They're not used to that. And if that does become a problem, I want the council to be able to change the time on that without a big fight about it. Just basically one size does not fit all. There was something else, hang on. And one thing about games and stuff, and I don't really know if this fits, no person shall organize or arrange a public meeting, et cetera, or games, et cetera. One of the things they do in Black Creek, again, in
Which paragraph are you looking at?
This is 3.20. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, Mayor Redekop, you and I both got pictures of an impromptu, which happens on and off over the summer, of baseball games that happen. We have a nice backstop there, and the neighborhood does get together, and they do play impromptu games. Sometimes they don't know until the day before that they're going to do it, and I would hate for any of them to get a ticket or to be canceled just because they don't have a permit. This is something that happens on an ongoing basis. So I would like some clarification on that. What was there? Well, the other thing about, I kind of understand it about swimming. No person, I can't find exactly where it is, but it's about people swimming in the beach, like no dogs can go on the beaches, et cetera, or any town waterways. Now, I do know in Black Creek, there's a lot of dogs that go into the creek. Now, it may be okay because they go off their property, like, so if Mrs. Smith her property backs on to the creek, many times their dogs will go into the creek and have a good swim. Is that going to be a problem?
Well, if they're not on public property, I shouldn't think that it's a violation.
Well, they're not on public property, but they may be swimming past the water window, so to speak. So that's not going to be an issue.
Well, they're in the water if they're swimming.
Yeah, but you're not allowed to, according to this. You're not allowed to.
I don't think the creek is a park.
It's a water. It says the water. It is a park.
Mr. Riley, can you comment on that?
Your Worship, the way I'm looking at it, it says no person shall enter any water. So Councillor Noyes is correct because it's any water. That would be a creek, but we can look into it. And that's a section of the bylaw that we are not making any changes, but we can definitely look into it and provide more clarification.
Okay.
And again, I brought up this problem before when the officer was in front of us, and I just want to make sure that I know we want people to adopt a park, and I know in Black Creek particularly, they have adopted the parks and have done plantings and have done a number of things to improve the park, and the neighborhood gets behind it, and it's a win-win for all. And I'm hoping that maybe we need to come up with, I don't know, every time that they want to plant some tulips or in the fall do some Christmas decorations in the park and put up some lights, they got to come and ask permission each time. I'm not quite sure, because that's something that happens on a regular basis and it has for years. So just, again, it's complaint driven. I don't think anybody's going to be complaining, but I don't want these people fined for doing for beautification efforts. Thank you.
Anyone else? Councillor Flagg.
Thank you, Your Worship. And just in Crescent Park, there's a number of unopened road allowances that individuals use, and I want to make sure that that is included in the dog walking and picking up and so forth. And currently, it says trails and so forth, but it doesn't say unopened road allowances. And I'm just wondering how that might be able to be clarified.
Ms. Dilwaria?
Your Worship, we can definitely look into that and we can add that section in the bylaw.
Asked and answered. Thank you.
Anyone else? So, Ms. Dilwaria, I presume that between now and when this bylaw comes before us, Councillor Noyes' issues will be addressed. Will you be able to provide us with a memorandum to make sure that we can follow what changes were made? I had spoken to you about some issues that I had as well. Can we get a memo at the time of the bylaw just to point out what alterations have been made?
Yes, Your Worship.
Okay, thank you. All those in favor of the report? Unopposed, that is carried. That then takes us to the next bylaw, PBBS 09, and that is Councillor Flagg.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Dubanow, that council receives report number PBBS 09-2026 regarding proposed updates to the town's snow removal regulations, and further that council directs staff to prepare a new snow removal bylaw to replace bylaw number 17-09, incorporating modernized compliance standard, defined timelines, and enhanced enforcement provisions as outlined in this report, and further that council directs staff to review the administrative penalty bylaw number 112019 as amended and return to council with any required amendments to support enforcement of the proposed snow removal bylaw.
Questions or comments? Councillor Dubanow.
Yeah, Your Worship. The only concern I have, and I want to thank staff for putting this together. I do think that we need to look at this and modernize it and give the enforcement some more teeth, and I'm certainly in favor of that. My only concern, and it's not really a concern, it's more of a fear of how it could be used, is Section 3.3. And Mr. Bailey, when he was up front here explaining some of the issues, like throwing snow against houses, depositing snows on sidewalks and walkways, I totally agree that we need an enforcement mechanism for that, and I am totally in favor of that kind of an bylaw mechanism. Also with respect to large, tractors or, snow plows or other things that are utilized by private contractors, I think that's very important as well. And I'm not going to move an amendment, but I'm just going to give this for consideration, perhaps, for staff to consider when they do bring back the bylaw. I think there are certain things that are entirely unreasonable for a resident to do when clearing snow from their property that can affect their neighbor. The examples that Mr. Bailey gave were perfect examples that I think we need enforcement on. I am just deeply concerned that we may find ourselves in a situation where, lot sizes are getting narrower. We have shared driveways, there's front yards don't have as much room to put snow anymore. And I'm just really concerned that we could come to a situation where, neighbor dispute, two individuals who don't get along, and we're having complaints called because someone just happens to deposit the snow on their side of the property line next to the driveway. I am very concerned in this municipality where, we're not the Grey Bruce snow belt, but we are definitely one of the province's snow belts where snow can be frequent during the winter and it can fall in great quantity, that something like that, which is good intentioned, could just take on a life of its own. So I'm just saying that for my own benefit and my own concern. Maybe staff might want to have a look at that, maybe codify some of the specific examples, maybe give specific examples you shouldn't do, maybe, something about good faith efforts to remove, whatever. It's just, I'm a little concerned where that could go. And so I said my piece. I told Mr. McCaffrey and staff that I would, and that's what I'm doing this evening, is just raising that concern. So thank you very much.
I know that's a good point, particularly in view of the small front yards that we now have and the amount of snow that we sometimes get. Anyone else? Ms. Dawaria, I had spoken to you about a couple of items, 3.9, which deals with snow removal from the highway, but there are also situations where we receive complaints about snow being removed from the sidewalks, which then accumulates in private driveways. Is that something that can be added to this paragraph 3.9?
Yes, Your Worship. I had a discussion with Mr. McCaffrey, and we would be adding that.
And the other item that I had expressed some concern about was paragraph 4.4, which would authorize officers to inspect and remove relevant documents from a property owner, which in this day and age when one could take photographs with their camera, I would think that would be appropriate, because I think I would be hard pressed to surrender documents that I have. Did you have an opportunity to discuss that with Mr. McCaffrey?
Your Worship, I did, and we agree with your position that it's not appropriate for a resident to hand over his documents to the bylaw officer, so we would be finding ways to mitigate that.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. That covers mine. Anything else? Councillor Noyes?
Just on that last point too, I mean, they have cell phones, they can just take a picture of the document. They don't have to take it. Oh, I'm sorry. I just heard the, anyway.
You asked the same question that Councillor Noyes did earlier in the evening, so there is an echo in here. All those in favor of receiving the report? That none opposed? That is carried. You were really into that question. Okay, that takes us then to, let's see, where are we? We're at new business and inquiries, and
You've got one more.
no, we've got
one
the,
more report there.
the memorandum. Yes, Councillor Lewis, you have that.
Thank you. 14.3 Memorandum Community Service Highlights and Priorities 2025-2026. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Christensen. The council receives the memorandum regarding community services highlights and priorities.
Are there any questions or comments with respect to the memorandum? If there are none, all those in favor of receiving it? None opposed? That is carried. That then takes us to new business and inquiries. Are there any? Okay. There are none, then we've already done the closed session, so that takes us then to bylaws. Does anyone wish any, sorry.
Motion?
Sorry.
Yep.
That's what
Motions.
that's what all that print is. Councillor Dubanow, I'm sorry. If I had just turned the page of my agenda, I'd have known.
You've got Lewis's postponed.
Can I just say before Mr. McCaffrey and his officers leave, I thought your presentations were both excellent, and I appreciate the work that you've done on this, and I wanted to say that in front of your superior officer. Thank you. Yeah, okay, so Lewis's motion, Councillor Lewis's motion is postponed to March 23rd. That's, okay. Councillor Dubanow.
Yes, Your Worship. Sorry to spoil the evening. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Noyes, whereas Section 36 of the Planning Act, Revised Statutes of Ontario 1990, CP 13, authorizes municipalities to apply holding H symbols in zoning bylaws to ensure that development proceeds only when specified conditions, including infrastructure and servicing requirements, have been satisfied. And whereas the province of Ontario has introduced recent legislative and policy initiatives, including the More Homes Built Faster Act 2022, updates to the provincial policy statement, and other housing supply and economic development measures with the objective of increasing housing supply, improving investment certainty, and supporting complete and sustainable communities. And whereas the town of Fort Erie has undertaken significant planning and infrastructure initiatives, including the adoption of a new official plan and the implementation of an asset management plan to guide responsible growth, ensure the long-term sustainability of municipal infrastructure, and support housing and economic development in a coordinated and financially responsible manner. And whereas clear, transparent, and well-defined holding provisions support informed investment decisions, improve accountability, and help ensure that infrastructure planning and development proceed in a coordinated and timely manner. And whereas improving transparency and oversight of holding provisions will assist council, staff, residents, and the development community in working collaboratively to address infrastructure constraints and support the timely delivery of housing and economic development. Now therefore be it resolved that council directs staff, when recommending the application of a holding symbol under Section 36 of the Planning Act, to provide a written explanation outlining A, the specific infrastructure, servicing, or other works required to satisfy the conditions for the lifting of the holding symbol. B, the rationale for the holding symbol, including identification of the relevant infrastructure complaints or limitation. And C, where feasible, the anticipated process, responsible parties, and estimated timing associated with addressing the identified constraints. And further, that where a holding symbol applies to lands that are the subject of an active planning or development application, and the holding symbol remains in place beyond the anticipated timeline identified by staff or is preventing the advancement of the proposed development, staff shall report back to council as soon as is feasible with an update on the status of the required works and conditions, an explanation of any infrastructure, servicing, or other constraints preventing removal of the holding provision, and C, recommendation that the anticipated timing and next steps required to facilitate the removal of the holding symbol where appropriate. And if I may briefly speak to that, Your Worship, I just wanted to bring this forward, and it's not a specific critique or a specific complaint, if you will, about our process here. It's just with the growth that we're seeing in the community and some of our infrastructure constraints, particularly in the east end of town along our strategic growth area along the Garrison Road area, part of our new official plan. I think it's beneficial for council, staff, and builders in general to have just as much information as possible on holding provisions. That way they can make decisions as to when they want to start their projects, when they want to work on their projects. And council can also prioritize how we view some of these projects moving forward if we have that additional information as well. So this is just something to give us a greater set of eyes, a little more transparency to it. Not to say that it isn't transparent, but if we don't go asking for it, we may not know. This here gives a little more clarity to staff to report that information to us when available, and that's why I brought it forward, Your Worship.
Thank you. Anyone else? Can I just ask, did staff assist you in drafting this?
No, they didn't.
Okay. Mr. Peasel, do you have any comments with respect to the resolution?
Through the mayor, we had a discussion earlier today about the holding provisions. We had a meeting. We are working diligently on increasing our linear sewer lining projects to update our capacity and remove some of these old provisions.
In terms of the motion itself and the specifics of what Councillor Dubanow is requesting staff provide to a developer and the type of information that he's asking that staff provide to council if there are delays in doing the work necessary to lift the hold. Do you have any problems with any of that?
No, I have no concerns with that, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, just asking. Anyone else? Then all those in favor of the motion? And that is unanimous. That takes us to notices of motion. Are there any notices of motion anyone wishes? Councillor Christensen.
Yes, Your Worship. I would like to make a motion at the next council to have recommendations that are made within the minutes of the Land Committee brought out similar to what we did with the Heritage Committee to ensure that they don't get lost with respect to council's awareness.
I don't think you need to bring a motion for that. CAO, is there a need for that? For a motion for that? I mean, that seems to be good practice.
Through you to Councillor Christensen, I think we may just want to we'll have our radar up if there are any recommendations or directions being given. We can certainly make sure that we're highlighting those for the minutes coming forward. I think we have been trying to, but if we can make them more clear, I think that would make sense.
You can still bring that forward if you wish, if you feel that's necessary. It seems to me that that's simply a good practice, and I'd hate to think we need to do that, but you can still put that on the agenda if you wish. If you want to, just for a matter of... Sure.
Just for a matter of form, I'd appreciate it, because there have been a couple of items which, if people are tired and there's 500 pages, it can be missed, and if it's pulled out, it just makes it easier.
So again, it's basically if there are recommendations made in Land Committee, you want those specified.
That's correct.
Bullet print so that it's highlighted for councillors.
That's all. Yeah, no additional work. Just pull it.
Yep. Any other notices of motion? And that's for March the 23rd. Okay, then that'll take us to consideration of bylaws, and first and second reading is in, does anyone wish any of the bylaws removed from the package? Councillor Lewis?
Yeah, if I can have 18.112, 2026, the 196 Elmwood Avenue.
Okay. So anyone else? Councillor Flagg, could you proceed with first and second reading of everything except bylaw 12?
Bylaw 12, oh, the very first one, 12, 2026.
Excuse me.
Moved by myself, second by Councillor Dubanow, that the bylaw package containing 13, 2026 to amend bylaw 12990 as amended 1405 Englewood Avenue, 14, 2026, to establish authority for check and electronic funds transfer signing. 15, 2026, to authorize the entry into a Brownsfield rehabilitation grant with Nakatomi Developments Incorporated. 16, 2026, to authorize the entry into an execution of an agreement with His Majesty the King in Right of Ontario, as represented by the Minister of Infrastructure under the Municipal Housing Infrastructure Program, Health and Safety Water Stream. And 17, 2026, to authorize the entry into the execution of agreement with His Majesty the King in Right of Ontario, as represented by the Minister of Infrastructure under the Housing Enabling Water Systems Fund. Intake 2 top-up are given first and second reading.
All those in favor? That is carried. Those items are on the floor for any questions or comments. If there are none, then if we could proceed to third and final reading, that would be Councillor Noyes. So 12, 2026 isn't in the package.
Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Dubanow that bylaws 13, 2026 to 17, 2026 inclusive are given third and final reading to be signed by the mayor and the clerk under the corporate seal.
Any questions or comments? All those in favor? That is carried. So back to you, Councillor Flagg, with respect to bylaw 12, 2026.
Again, moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Dubanow, that bylaw 12, 2026 to deem lots 123, 124, 125 on registered plan 545 not to be lots on a registered plan of subdivision 196 Elmwood Avenue are given first and second reading.
All those in favor? Put it on the floor first.
Yeah.
Put it on the floor. All those in favor? So that's opposed? That's on the floor. Councillor Lewis.
Thank you. Just one question I meant to ask staff earlier, so I apologize for bringing it up now. This is simply housekeeping, cleaning up, registering these lots that were already created 8 years prior. Is that my understanding?
Ms. Dilwaria?
No, Your Worship. So recently, this property went through a severance application, and they created a lot and in order to create a lot and do a boundary adjustment, we had to merge all the 3 lots together. Then the parcel is created, and then a boundary adjustment. It's just a technicality, but it's a process that we had to follow.
Okay, and in the future, I discussed with you the possibility of getting some background information when we receive these bylaws.
Yes, Your Worship, we'll make sure.
That's usually done. Councillor Lewis, anything further?
No, and I just wanted to make sure I knew what we were doing before doing it. So thank you.
Well, that's kind of a relief this evening. Yeah, that's different. Yeah, a little different. Okay. If there aren't any other questions, then I'll go to third and final reading with Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Mayor. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Dubanow that bylaw number 12-2026 is given third and final reading to be signed by the mayor and the clerk under the corporate seal.
Any questions or comments? All those in favor? That is carried. Then we have Councillor Christensen for the ratification bylaw.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor McDermott, that bylaw 18-2026 to confirm the actions of council at its council and budget committee meeting held on January 28, 2026, council and committee meeting held on February 9th, 2026, and its regular council meeting held on February 26, 2026 is given first and second reading.
All those in favor? That is carried. That's on the floor. We'll go to Councillor McDermott for third and final reading.
Yeah, moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Christensen, that bylaw 18, 2026 is given third and final reading to be signed by the mayor and clerk under the corporate seal.
Any questions or comments? All those in favor? None opposed, that is carried. That takes us then to scheduling of meetings. Are there any meetings coming up? Councillor Noyes.
Yes, tomorrow on the 24th at 4 PM, the Accessibility Committee, and then on the 25th, an SPCA meeting at 5:30 at the Chair's Home.
And the Accessibility Advisory Committee meeting is where? Town Hall?
Room 1,
And what time did you say that is?
4 PM.
Okay. Any other meetings? Councillor Christensen?
Yes, tomorrow at, oh, wait a minute, let me see, where am I? I'm in the wrong. No, okay. Tomorrow at 4 PM, the Community Health Care Services Committee meeting is scheduled, and I'm not quite sure where it's located. Next week at 2:15 PM, the Planning, Building, and Bylaw Services Business Subcommittee will meet in Committee Room 1. And
What day is that?
Tuesday, March the 3rd. Sorry about that. And then on Wednesday, March the 4th, at 10 a.m., the Senior Citizens Advisory Committee will meet in Committee Room 1. And at 5:30 p.m., the Ridgeway Business Improvement Area Board of Management will meet at 5:30 p.m., and that, in fact, will be its annual general meeting.
Okay. Any other meetings? Then I'm greatly relieved to ask Councillor Dubanow to move that we adjourn.
I'm relieved as well, Your Worship. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Noyes, that council adjourns at 9:56 PM to reconvene into a regular meeting of council on March 23rd, 2026.
All those in favor? Opposed? Indifferent? That is carried.